morning, everybody. Oh man, I'm not big. You guys didn't see that. Good morning. Good to see you guys. It is Thursday. Tuesday. Not Thursday, Tuesday. I don't even know what day it is. I'm playing too much WoW. The 15th. And it's Vault Day, ladies and gentlemen. In a few hours. What's up, Elrithier and Frayed and Lelia and Quig and Hashtag and Nazarene Sun and everyone else in chat? Good morning, good morning. If you need DPS, let me know. Early morning jitters that causes you not to work. I don't know why, but that just reminded me I forgot to do the protein shake coffee thing that we talked about yesterday. Forgot to do it. One more week to the anniversary event. That's right. I'm looking forward to that. Like, not just because of like the class changes and whatnot, just I think the anniversary event itself is gonna be pretty cool. Streamers said my name first. What's up, Father Fresh? I have all the time jitters and I don't want to work. I don't really have jitters too much. Like my hand like sort of shakes sometimes. I don't even know if that like you can pick it up on, like you can see my thumb, but yeah, sometimes I have that. It's just always been that way too. It's not like a caffeine thing. All right, let's get to it. More collections, right? I really want to get the new sets. Like the Paladin, the Warrior one, and the Death Knight one all look amazing to me. Tuesdays after a long weekend suck. Like anytime you get a long weekend, when that comes to an end, your first day back, yeah, it sucks. Wish me luck on my 20-ish Lich King mount runs. Good luck, man. I remember when I was on that grind. I don't know exactly how many attempts I put in, but in my group of friends that were going for it, I was the last one to get it. By quite a wide margin. I pray I get one of my 2 BIS trinkets in my vault today. I ran so many Arakars this weekend for no trinket. I'm the same way with us, the Skarmorak shard. Never seen it drop. You should get rarity, Rob. Tracks attempts on mounts, pets, etc. So I used to have that back in BFA, but I was getting this weird lag. Like, it would literally take my computer like a minute to like load all my add-ons in and whatnot to start playing. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. Like, the first minute or two of logging into a character, I would have like 5 FPS. And I went into my add-ons and disabled them one by one, and it was rarity that was causing it. Now, this was in BFA, like I said, so this was years ago. They might have fixed it by now, but I just haven't gotten it back since. Hey, Helena. I am doing great. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. But yeah, Laylee, you could be right. I have a much better PC than I did back in BFA, so maybe it does a better job now. I run AT&T, so I get that logon lag. Or all the things. Sorry. I read that as AT&T. You want to know why? Because I've been looking at AT&T fiber a lot lately, because I want to switch over to AT&T fiber in 2025. That's like one of my big goals. I have two big goals that I guess are streaming related, but not like directly streaming related. But they kind of are in a way. I want to move, like there's a guest bedroom down the hallway. I'm kind of like in a small alcove in this room. Like this room doesn't even have a door. It's just open to the stairs. I want to move all my streaming stuff into the guest bedroom and move the guest bedroom stuff in here and actually like make a real legit like streaming room with like soundproofing and lighting, the works, next year. And I also want to get AT&T fiber. No privacy for Rob streamer. Like, I don't think I've shown you guys this. It's a mess in here. Here, are you gonna work or are you gonna give me problems? All right, camera's gonna give me problems. 1 second. I want to show you guys the absolute atrocity of my setup right now. I would if my camera would stop being bad. Seriously gonna make me open up Task Manager. Unbelievable. Piano still hasn't been moved. Yeah. Okay. Let's try this again. Are you in the pantry? Basically. All right. You see all these boxes over here? This is how I keep the cats out, guys. That's how I keep the cats out. But like you can see, like it's just stairs. There's no door. It's just, that's the stairwell. Rob streams in a pillow fort. Basically. So yeah, I actually want to have a real streaming room again. Cats like boxes though. They can't get up those boxes. So I literally pull that tall box out of the way every time I want to walk out of the room. Can't wait to see the future streaming room. I can't wait to have it. Like with lighting, soundproofing, probably like some cat beds for the cats. And then whenever they're being bad, I can just shut the door. It's gonna be perfect. All right. Let's get to it though. It's a viewer key day. Once they chill out, yeah. And today is the first day we've had Frey as a healer. Cat cam, dog cam, 6 consoles. So I used to, when I lived back in Florida, I had a cat cam. But one thing I tried with this new camera, because my camera is on a gimbal, so you can set like different camera angles, like this. Like I have a cat bed still, but Mud isn't here right now. She's at the vet. I thought that, you know, being able to do this every so often would be just as good as having a cat cam. I don't think it is, but it was a good experiment. Is she okay? Yeah, she's okay. She just requires an anti-seizure medication every single day. And while Ellie is gone, we want the vet to do it. Because she can give Mud the medicine. Like, it's in a pill, so she has to, like, kind of, like, pop it in there. But my hands are too big for that. I would probably choke her. So she's at the vet so they can do that for her while she's gone. Rob is forgetful? Wait, what'd I forget? I shove pills down my dog's throat sometimes. Yeah, I did that for my dogs back in Florida. That was fine, because dogs are bigger. But for the cat, I can't do that. Rob, have you used your cleanser today? Dude, I used that so much on so many customers yesterday, Cisco. All right, let's see. Quig, are you playing today? Since you got the day off? Yeah, I'm logging in right now. Okay, I'll save your spot because I know it takes you like 5 minutes to log in. I'm not off. I'm just not going to work. Oh, okay. Then you're taking the day off. I'm getting paid without using Oh, I see what you're doing. Dude, I won't snitch. I don't fucking snitch, man. All right, let's go ahead and I'm gonna post our group. I'm gonna hide our group so you guys can join. And Priory, I mostly do this so that you can cross faction join, because you can't cross faction join in a custom group. But yeah, we need a tank. Just a tank. We got healers. Quig's on the way for DPS. We just need a tank. As Quig's boss, I approve. Hey, you even got your boss's approval. Look at that. Dude, Cisco, in that game last night, after you logged out, I sold a card for $600. Raid and Mythic dungeon hotfixes. Web pull exploit fixed. Oh, the emote like ruined that link. I think I can just copy it manually. Yeah, that worked. Wow. That's funny. The tweet is a guild exploiting it. Was this? Yeah, okay, I saw this on Twitter this morning. Let's take a little look-see. Oh, whoops. The guild Humble spent an embarrassing 240 plus pulls on Silken Court and decided to bug abuse the boss to kill it. Seems like all their Twitch VODs are gone now too.
It's not our fault if we didn't cheese it, right? It's their fault. It's not our fault if we didn't cheese it, right? It's their fault.
I don't know why the audio's so low. It's just not doing anything.
You have no damage yet for like 4 minutes. Okay.
Does it bug it to where it doesn't do any mechanics?
It's hotfix, bro. It's hotfix. We didn't do anything.
Wow. Turns it into a literal patchwork. The Wowhead article explains it. So let's see here. A rather large exploit has been discovered over the last 48 hours, with players finding out that some of the PvP items from Mara actually work in Mythic Plus, dungeons, and raids. These could be used to devastating results, working on bosses and making bosses do nothing for the rest of the encounter, completely trivializing them. Patchwork. What's up, Papa Rise? Web Pull, the most used abusive one, with its ability to death grip bosses and interrupt casts, completely breaking their spell queues. Electric Shock and Holy Brigade. These 3 items have now been disabled in M+ and dungeons, but not before some guilds have allegedly used Web Pull in Mythic Nerubar Palace to defeat the difficult Mythic Silken Court and other bosses. Using this in raid seems like an obvious exploit, and if a bug like this is found again where it completely breaks the spell queue of a boss and makes it a target dummy, we definitely not recommend exploiting it or streaming it either. Oh man, I love how everyone knows who they're talking about. Like if you saw the tweet, you know exactly who they're talking about. On Dread Captain Lockwood, the second boss of Siege of Boralus, players were previously outranging sighted artillery and ignoring the mechanics since it only had a 35-yard range. This has been hotfixed and now has a 100-yard range, making everyone deal with it at all times. Oh man, I love it. Method? No, I want Method. I think Method's already cleared everything. Chat, do we have any tanks that want to start up some viewer keys this morning? Because that's what we need. We need a tank. All right, Quig's online. So DPS is covered. We just need a tank. Never tanked. Get me in there. I'm just like most tanks. I'm just like most my tanks. I mean, I haven't tanked because I mostly like prot paladin tanking, and prot paladin is not in a great spot for another week. I think it's getting improved next week. Vengeance is a fun tank. I'm sure it is. I just don't like the sigils. I'm not a big fan of ground targeted abilities, but I probably would have the least amount of issues with it as a tank because I control where the stuff goes. Because as a DPS, I really hate ground target abilities when I throw it down and then the tank moves it out of it. That makes me furious, but as the tank, I wouldn't have that issue. So it might be okay. Meanwhile, Ravager on his bar. I don't deal with it. I don't care if it's less effective. I don't care if it's not as optimized. I don't care. We're not dealing.
Prime time.
We are not dealing. That is going at player and nowhere else. Eki Hunts, thanks for the 21 months prime. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, chat, we need one tank to get us started this morning. And then the viewer key train starts. Vengeance has a talent point that does just that. Wait, why would you spend a talent point on it, though, if you can make the macro? Unless you can't make a macro for it. Makes them faster, okay. Hey, what's up, Max? Max, you wouldn't happen to have a tank, would you? Because we need a tank to start up some viewer keys today. Man, maybe I need to start up a... Start gearing for Prot Warrior. Oh no. I could probably tank up to like a 4, but not more than that. No experience. Oh, okay. We will keep waiting. That would be a mess, TLDR. Dude, same. TLDR, it would be a shit show. But yeah, I'm really hoping that the anniversary patch makes Prop Pally viable. I mean, not viable. You know, you guys know what I mean. Decent. They got rid of that one that does it at your feet. War Within only left the sigil talent that puts them on your target. Oh. See, that's fine. On your target, like, just basically, I don't want to do the green cursor on the ground. And I don't want to use it at cursor for it. A friend of mine named Yoda thinks it's totally viable. Yeah, viable has lost its... Well, one thing I really dislike about like online discourse in WoW and the word viable is that it's been stretched so far to mean like, does the class function? Okay, it's viable. Like, and that's not what people are asking like 99% of the time. What key y'all doing? I am waiting for a tank, and the reason I'm parked in Priory is because in a custom group you can't have cross faction join up. So I always just park our stream in a normal key that people aren't looking for, like Priory, for example, so that cross faction can join. What level key? I don't really mind what key level we do as long as like the floor is around a 7 or an 8. I would prefer 8 because that's like the new floor for gilded crests, but I wouldn't mind doing a 7 because I know some people still need ruined crests. And if we want to do like some higher stuff, I can always just hop on my ret because my ret fucking owns. There are 11 prop paladins over 3k. I think that counts as viable. They're just a tad monka to play, but doable. Yeah, there's always going to be like some people that just always play that no matter how it is, and they're just fucking gamers. But yeah, Yeah, chat, we still need one tank to get us started this morning. One tank, that's all we need. What CPU do I have? Oh, wow. Let's see here. I have an AMD Ryzen 9 7950X. Rain! Oh my god. Another raid. Thank you so much, man. I would like to tank for you, but I've got a little one to get off to school. Hey, no worries, man. Shout out. Appreciate the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Today we're doing we're taking it easy. It's gonna be a vault day and honestly just a viewer key day. Gonna get some coffee and get ready for work. I hope you have a great stream. Have a good day, man. Thank you for the raid. Good luck at school today. Work, sorry, not school. The other guy said school. It's still early for me. I definitely don't have a tank to help with. Yeah, tanks are in pretty low supply lately. Maybe it's time for Rob Tank. It really, like, honestly, it might be time for Rob Tank. I mean, I do have a warrior. Do I have a shield? Have I picked up a shield along the way? I mean, I do, but it's kind of shit. I mean, it's enough. Easy. I can tank on my bear 7 only though. I mean, I'm good with that just to get us started, Gigs, if you want to do that. Are any changes exciting for Rhett in the anniversary update? Nah. And honestly, there might be a slight they might be slightly nerfed because they're doing some talent reworks. And yeah, it might result in a slightly lower DPS. Not enough to like really matter, but it'll be a little bit maybe. You'll still be better than Fury? Okay, dude. So, beginning of the end, or everything's fine? Everything's fine. I was talking with another Ret Paladin friend of mine yesterday, and they were like, it's maybe 2 to 3%. It's what, that's whatever. Prove me wrong. Give me a 564 shield, and I'll be chilling. Dude, I could give you, like, a shield out of, like, fucking Elwyn Forest, and you'd be fine. Do you have friends? Yeah, Zell, you're my friend. Alright, we got a tank. We are good. Alright. It's time, chat. First key giveaway of the day. Starting right now. Let's go. Also, Taroyo, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. Alright, chat. If you want to join us on the first key, Just type Rob Keys in the chat. Right now, we're picking a winner in 3 minutes. Plenty of time to enter. I thought I did last time I popped in. We did it now. For those of you just joining us for the first time, this is for NA only. Templar has been dope after the changes, I have to say. I love the big blast. Dude, like I was saying yesterday, every bonk, every hammer of light is a dopamine hit. Especially if you get like a big crit with it. Like I was getting like close to 5 mil bonks with my Paladin. We definitely went over 4 mil. It feels so good when you see that big crit happen. And the hammer sounds, I think, from Empyrean hammers is funny. Just bonk noises everywhere. Yeah, dude, I'm kind of happy about that. Like, because traditionally Paladins have always been like very like big hammer themed. Like all the way going back to like Warcraft 3. And I love that they kind of brought that vibe back. Yesterday I had a meeting with my boss and I'm at the top of the metrics on goal hitting. Everything above 97% of metrics, nailing it. Nice, dude. Keep it up, man. All right, first winner of the day. We're bringing in Big Goon 86. You're up, man. But yeah, we're looking to do, preferably I'd like to do anything 8 and higher, but I don't mind doing 7. Goonin. Dude, the word goon has gone under a massive change recently. 10 years ago, the word goon does not mean, or did not mean what it means today. Completely different definition. It has but can't change. Yep. What does it mean today, Rob? I'm a boomer and I don't know. You sure? Am I being gaslit? Here, if you're curious. If you're curious, go there. I'll leave it up to you to click the link and keep looking. But yeah, Big Goon, let me get your name and server. Or you can put it into community chat. Oh, we already did the giveaway. I'm just waiting for Big Goon to there we are. Waiting for exactly that. That's okay. As long as you can give me the information in some way. All right, so let's see here. We both have a 7 and the other keys are 10s, so I guess we could just start at 7 today, which is fine. I don't mind. So let's go do my 7 Siege of Boralus. Hell of a key to start with.
Hero, your timing couldn't be better. Mechatork is fading fast.
Best part for me is I can port to Freehold too and be right there. Oh yeah, you can. Dude, Boralus has good music.
Hero, your timing couldn't be better. Mechatork is fading fast.
What does my Warrior's Vault look like? I hadn't even checked. Oh my god. I didn't even open my Warrior's Vault this week. That's fucking funny, man. That lets you know how much I'm playing my warrior, by the way. I've just been all in on Ret for like the past couple weeks. Tell me you abandoned warrior without telling me. Yeah. I think I got, like, even though these are myth, I feel like I gotta take these so that I can get 4-piece. Take it to the catalyst and 4-piece it. I'd take Myth. Fuck a 4-piece. Take Myth. Your poor warrior feels so neglected. You can just get hero from dungeons. That's true. You're right. Yep. That's what I'm gonna do. I see someone else isn't doing the delve track in Vault after the Zekvir change. Yep. Well, I also don't really need to. Maybe for my alts I should. Oh, look at that, dude. I'm so sparkly. All right, I'm on my way. Like, I still do, when I feel like playing and doing delves, I still do delves on, like, my Death Knight, for example. Tier Guard. Yeah, that's where we want to go. I'm still delving. Got an achievement yesterday for opening 250 Bountiful coffers at the end of the Bountiful delves. Damn, that's a lot. But yeah, I've mostly been playing Diablo 4 and the trading card shop simulator.
Heroes, the pirates are taking civilians as slaves. Put an end to this.
We should
Hero,
we should
your
summon.
timing couldn't be better. Mechatork is fading fast.
Yeah, any alliance summoners? Yeah. I finally killed Zekvir double question mark. I still need to do that too.
The pirates are taking civilians as slaves. Put an end to this.
Summoning me when I was the first one here. You're getting summoned, okay?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's go.
And now
I'm still learning
We'll secure the docks while you
Mountain
push further
Thane.
into the district. With any luck, we'll drive this scum from the city before high tide.
Oh shit.
frontal. Shout.
Thunder Blast.
Frontal. Shout. Frontal.
I was getting greedy there.
Shout.
I'm in favor of pronouncing the first Zekvir difficulty like I'm asking, and the second one like I'm really asking. You got that from T&E. You can't get past me. Zekvir? Zekvir? Caught. That's okay. I think it's a good idea.
That's what I call a prime cut.
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
So Frey, how's the healing so far? I mean, it seems to be fine. He said it's okay. Okay. I just take a lot of damage.
Everything.
You can't run. Incoming.
Oh yeah, dude, we're all melee. Fucking all melee on this fight, dude.
You can't run. You can't run. Yes.
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
You're next. Ends to the slaughter. Burn.
Woo! That was almost really bad.
You can't run.
I am positive Frey is not liking Paladin right now. I am 100% positive.
report heavy fighting near the palace.
Please, ensure Lady Proudmoore's safety.
The void consumes everything.
You know, for being a little rusty with Warrior, not playing it a whole lot, and playing a new hero talent build with Mountain Thane, it's not doing too bad. Not too shabby. Whoop. Oh shit.
The void consumes everything.
Good morning, not sure. Yeah, dude, I have sack on my Paladin and my Warrior. I am definitely a sack enjoyer. Although, I think the sack on my Warrior is, like, kind of shit.
This land belongs to the Ashvane Company.
Inevitably,
Spread.
the void consumes everything.
One thing I'm still doing on my Warrior is whenever that affix goes out,
Spread.
I'm trying to dispel it, but I can't because I'm not on my Paladin.
Captain Lockwood, our forces have lost control of the docks.
It makes no difference. Me cannons will soon reduce the opposition to rubble.
Frontal.
Oh shit.
Frontal.
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
No survivors!
Frontal.
Dude, what a cool concept for Warrior, though, with Mountain Thane. I get the enhancement shaman vibe that I've always wanted, but I still get to play Warrior.
Decimator rounds! Fire!
Like, genuinely, I think Mountain Thane was one of the coolest ideas, or
Frontal.
is one of the coolest ideas that Warrior has ever had in, like, a very long time.
Clear the deck!
Frontal.
Guys, name a more iconic duo than Demon Hunters and Fell Rushing into Bad.
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
Frontal.
Ah, shit, that was a waste.
All cannons, fire!
Frontal.
It glitched, dude. I know exactly what you're talking about. Happened to me in Siege,
Frontal.
not Siege of Boralus, Shrine of the Storm, like all the time.
Clear the deck!
Frontal.
Like I would Fell Rush, but Fell Rush would decide to go like 5 times the distance of a normal Fell Rush, and you just like Fell Rush off a cliff.
Frontal.
A sail!
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
Stop them, and we may have a chance at driving them from Boralus.
I'll rally the militia and secure the castle.
Good hunting. Heroes, Ashvane's forces are attempting to break through our southern wall. Stop them, and we may have a chance at driving them from Boralus.
I'll rally the militia and secure the castle.
Good hunting.
Fear.
Yep, we can just stay in because we can immune the fear. We can do it once. Can't do it every time. All right, we are without a healer.
Fear.
What happened? Did you just like... Oh, tanks offline, boys.
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
Tanks offline. I'm out of here. Wait, I have a healer. Defensive stance. Pop defensives. Look at me. I'm the tank now. Doesn't afraid of any. That was a tactical retreat. No. See, I tricked you. It was a tactical retreat. Sir Robin bravely ran away.
Fear.
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
Fear.
Oh, he said he alt F4'd on accident. Also, pro tip, chat, when you're doing Siege of Boralus, these bilge rat tempests cast something called choking waters. You really do not want that spell to go off.
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
Hey, what's up, B-King? Just got done with your first 10. I'm so excited. It was way easier than I expected. Nice, man. People pulling extra got me alt F4ing. Someone pulled extra, then you rage quit. It's okay. That's normally how keys go, right? I'm just kidding. Dude, I feel like for this pull, I just gotta stay in defensive stance.
Heroes, we need your aid. That
A lot of
siege giant is
unavoidable
demolishing
random
everything in
damage
its
going
path.
out.
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
Accidents happen. This is the way of keys. Accidents always happen.
Inevitably.
Bro, I just checked my parses for eye level and I'm at a bunch of 100s for blood. Damn, dude, really? Is that something that, like, tanks look at? I don't play tanks, so I have no idea.
Spread.
I don't know. I'd say there's some situations where, like, looking at logs is okay. Especially if you're, like, looking at it in a way to, like, sort of see what you're doing and improve.
Full fathom 5, your bones shall lie.
Defensive.
It's so weird that Thunder Blast is actually like so
Flying.
powerful even in single target. Gotta go to the other side.
Defensive.
Today is the day, chat. What's today? What happens today? What's going on?
Defensive.
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
Defensive.
Something I never thought I would say, but I've been kind of enjoying stance dancing mechanics lately on my warrior.
Defensive. Line.
I think Paladin spoiled me with the amount of defensives I get on Paladin. So now I was looking for a way to do that on my warrior, and the only way I'm gonna do it is with stance dancing. You started doing keys. Nice. Are you enjoying it? Are you having fun? You're at 1001 rating. That's a good start. For someone who just started doing keys, that's a great start.
Return my body.
You've done it! Without their giant, Ashvane's forces...
Enjoy your
I still think
hollow
Arms is pulling ahead with the right crit setup, but
Without
Fury
the
doesn't get...
Vulture and fleet, you have no hope of defeating me.
I'm stuck? Okay.
Allow me to demonstrate.
Fury doesn't get locked in place and die to swirls. Yeah, I don't really like Demolish. Wow, I have been gone that long. QQ, I feel like you've been gone for like at least a week, maybe more. I hope everything's going better. Hope things are improving.
You have no hope of defeating me. Allow me to demonstrate.
Defensive.
I missed your previous message.
Gate has fallen. Breach the city and
Same
slay
PC, who dis?
all who oppose
I see
me.
it. Oh wow, yeah, that got buried. I must have been like in the middle of the boss fight or something. You have updates for me and Ellie? So
Dot.
Don't let me speak.
Defensive.
she's in Hawaii now. I don't know if you knew that or not. But yeah, I took her to the airport. I woke up Saturday morning at 2 a.m. to take her to the airport.
Inevitably,
Dot.
the void consumes everything.
Get this thing off me.
Yep.
I owe you one. Now, just give me a second to get this cannon working.
Oh wow, congrats.
Armed and ready. Blast that Kraken back to the
That's
depths.
big.
Defensive.
Help!
Dot. Defensive.
Get this thing off me.
Defensive.
Help!
Dot.
Get this!
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
Get this thing off me! You have my thanks. Now I'll get this cannon prepped for some payback.
All right, Quig is gonna shoot.
Armed and ready. Blast that kraken back to the depths.
Big jump.
Dot.
The pun was not intended,
Defensive.
but I guess it worked.
Don't let this beast eat me.
Is it a... I don't want to give too much away.
Defensive.
Never mind, I can't ask that. I don't know a sneaky way to ask that. I'm assuming you want it kept secret because you DM'd me the message.
Defensive.
Get this thing off me.
The void consumes everything.
I don't know how to ask it without giving it away.
Beast, eat me. You have my thanks.
So I'll play it safe.
Cannon prepped for some payback. Cannon's good to go. Turn.
I told you that you were destined for great things.
You dare?
I wasn't gonna ask that, but I'm curious.
I tire of this
Okay,
game.
guys, what's going
I'll
on?
reduce Boralus to
We're
cinders
talking in
before I
code
allow
chat.
you to win.
Ooh,
You've done well.
who wants
Heroes,
some
but
plate
Boralus is not out
shoulders?
of danger yet. Speak with me when
What
you're
kind of
ready
shoulders
to
you
put an
got?
end to
554
Ashvane's
time warp shoulders. My God. Ooh-wee. Let's see, what's your item level, Quig? Give me something to compare to. 622 Havoc DH. 1.52 billion. 612 poorly geared shit. Enchants. Mostly no enchants. Mountain Thane. 1.4 billion. Okay, not that far behind. Okay, I actually feel pretty good about this. You guys need a tank? Yeah, actually. If you want to come play some Blood DK. That wasn't so bad. Running for coffee real quick. Okay. Just got my Paladin class hall mount, and it was also my 150th for the achievement. Very nice. I'm closing in on that honor achievement. I have a friend who has every single mount, even the black battle tank. Jesus. That's crazy. Appreciate the key. It was a blast? Yeah. How big are we going on the community giveaway? 10s. With the group we have currently, not right now. Because Frey is on a pretty much brand new healer. 588 item level. If we, and I kind of want to gear him up as much as I can. Because it'll be nice to have another healer in the community. And it's not a shaman. Can I share pictures before you start? Yeah, sure. Go for it. All right, let's see. What did my key turn into? An 8 Dawnbreaker. Sounds good. Check your Discord. Okay. Oh, dude, I love that. I've never seen that before, and I want to. All right, guys, we're gonna start up another giveaway. Do you need weapon crafted? I need weapon crafted even higher. It's only 619. Yeah, if you guys want to join us on the next key, go ahead and sign up right now. Yeah, I'm gonna pull these up real quick in Google. Let's see, 1 and 2 and 3. Is that a sword? It is a sword. It's the crafted two-handed sword. I've been really lazy with my warrior ever since I swapped over to Paladin. But yeah, this is what she sent me, chat. Here, let me put the timer right there. I've never seen this in person before. And I would really like to someday. I'm probably gonna really butcher this name, but Ikio Scarvalho. Thanks for the follow, man. Same, it was apparently visible a few months back where I'm at, but didn't see it when I went over. Or went out. Yeah, it's... You never really see those things in the south where I live, so... Sent you some to your phone from my house. That was on Thursday. Yeah. That's so cool, man. Can I see Mies, or is it definitive? If so, don't share. Well, it's on my phone. So I'd have to like send it to Discord and then, yeah. It looks pretty similar to yours, except it's like a bit more like reddish pink. All right, up next. Oh. Let's see here. Natalie. Natalie, would you like to come do a key? That shoulder upgrade was only 6,000 stamina. Dude, you're moving up, man. Yeah, I said it was like a reddish pink. Yours were like more green. Except the third one. The third one's like a pretty evenly mixed. First key this season. It's gonna go great. Don't worry, it's gonna go great. Okay, I spammed it. Sorry. Don't be sorry. That's perfect. Oh, okay. Now that I can see the other ones. Yeah. Okay. All right. Where are we going? So two things. One, you can't duel me during a giveaway. I just can't do two things at once. And you can only duel me for up to 25. Let's see. Do we want to do the 8 Dawnbreaker? First boss could be a little rough. Other than that, I think it'll be fine. All right. You guys head to Dawnbreaker. I'll be there in a sec. I gotta take a quick AFK. I will be right back. I love this comp that can't help me with the affix. I can victory rush. Let me do a quick repair.
Good fortune to our friends. The Nerubians are attacking Tanir's ascent. Destroy
Hey, what's up, Chance? What up, what up? Would you like raid if all fights were like this? So I saw this earlier, and unironically, probably a bit more, yeah. I mean, I know that's completely unrealistic and would never push for that. But if I'm being honest with myself, probably more than the way it currently is, yeah. It turns it into a target dummy that doesn't do any mechanics whatsoever. Yeah, I saw the exploit. So the reason I say unironically yes is because I find both versions to be boring. Like, one's like overly complex to the point where you're going to be held back for so long for other people making stupid mistakes repeatedly for weeks on end. The other way lets me skip all that and just turns it into easy loot. They're both boring, just one's way more beneficial.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With its complement of cannons, it can.
But I mean, I'm just answering honestly.
Intruders? Since the decimation of with its complement of cannons, it can. Wait, who are those intruders?
Defensive. Spread.
Appreciate you. That's not to say I don't like challenge. I gotta find the right group. Like, I'll be honest, if I feel like I'm like
Defensive.
one of the better players in a group, I usually get pretty bored.
The Order of Night is trying
Like
to steal
when
the
I'm
flagship.
being held back by people failing mechanics over and over again, dude, that's when I just hate raiding.
Secure the deck. We need to gain control of the ship.
That's why I only do like heroic, and I only do it like once a week.
Defensive.
Because doing it for a few hours a week is fine.
Airships approaching. Be careful, outsider. Those aren't ours.
One thing I would really like for them to start
They
doing,
empowered Belladar's shadow.
and
The
I know
Last Knight's blessing will keep you
other
safe.
people have suggested this. Make it to where individual mistakes don't wipe the raid.
Defensive.
Like if Jimmy is, you know, consistently failing a mechanic, but it doesn't explode and wipe the raid, that's fine.
resistance. They've webbed the Dawnbreaker.
Jimmy and Timmy just keep messing up mechanics and holding back the group.
They've got us surrounded. You'll need to use those mounts of yours.
It's always Jimmy and Timmy.
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
Oh, does the 3% buff start this week? Is it every other week that raids are getting buffed?
No time to rest. Head to the next ship and defeat the crew.
$8 per week, okay. You collect 16 finery and turn it in. Okay.
Only one more ship in the Dawnbreaker is
Yeah, I was
ours
getting some of
again.
that finery last week, but I had no idea what it was. I was kind of under the impression it was going to work like Ice Crown.
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
Spread.
We have learned to embrace the dark. Be not afraid. Let it embrace you. The night guides me, empowers me. The shadows
I imagine this
bless
fight
you.
must be actually kind of nice for a blood DK.
Let night be unending.
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
Feel night's embrace. Let's peer into the dark. The shadows bless you.
I love how she's just sitting there. Oh my god, they gotta work on this. They've gotta work on that. That cannot happen.
Let night be unending. Feel night's embrace.
You, dude,
All shall be
Seitai, you did
shattered.
everything right there. That boss just would not move.
She's lost control of her magic. Get out of there.
I wonder if I can give my egg to my dog. I don't think eggs are bad for animals. I'd look it up though first to be sure.
Inevitably,
Let's peek.
the void consumes everything.
Oh, this could be really bad. Never mind, we're good. Let's get a B-res on Frey.
Night's embrace. Let night be unending. Darkness prevails. The shadows bless.
Well, well.
Let's peer into the dark.
Inevitably,
Feel
the void consumes everything.
Let night be unending.
So you can kind of like pre-run that to where you don't really take damage from it.
The shadows bless you. Let's peer
Like
into
casting
the
it.
dark.
I didn't even take damage from that.
An eternal night.
All right, we're out of here. See ya.
She's lost control of her magic. Get out of there. I feel
Eggs are fine.
dark's embrace.
Find and defeat them, or we will have to face that commander at full strength. A lieutenant is in the Church of the Sacred Flame!
Feet.
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
Oh no.
Feet. Feet.
Wait a minute. Is my spell reflect weak aura going off on that front? Okay. I thought it was going off on the frontal, and I was like, that's nuts.
Feet.
I was literally about to step in the frontal with spell reflect on to see what
The void
it is. That
consumes everything.
okay, we're doing some science here. Next time I see that frontal. Okay. Spell reflect weak aura is wrong. Had to test it though. We had to test it. Hashtag for science. It's still early days.
Feet. Feet.
Inevitably, the void
Feet.
I need a weak aura, like anytime it showed Zaltas feet, it just needs to say feet.
Feet.
Well, if it isn't Ellie's boyfriend, what's your name again? George. My name is George.
Inevitably, the void
George X.
everything.
I can't believe I'm actually like stance dancing so much now. Never thought I would see the day.
They try to defile our faith. Instead, you have weakened their commander.
Feet. Feet. Feet.
Inevitably,
Feet.
the void consumes everything.
Feet.
So much to do with feet. Damn, that Bloodthirst almost crit for 1,000,000.
Ashes! There's a lieutenant in my house! Kill it!
Defensive.
Yeah, get deleted.
Defensive.
I can tell you why later. Ooh. Dude, that dot hurts so bad.
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
Luckily, my daughter and her
We made
children
it.
are safe. You've weakened the commander and cleansed my home. Thank you.
Stance dancing was saving the day, man. No, live. Whew.
They've taken the inn as a foothold, and a lieutenant leads them.
Cursed.
Inevitably, the void consumes.
You want a 10 on mini stream? Dude, I can get 10s on his stream at night when I'm not doing anything. Yo. Time to get my DK carried.
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
Oh, we might be dead. So, Natalie, when you get that orb on you, you have to shoot it down the road. Because if it hits one of the walls, we basically just die. More mature and gritty tones than the Netflix series? Jesus. I really think the success of Daredevil has kind of let them not worry so much about that sort of thing.
Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
What are we doing? Where are we going?
I still have power enough to defeat you.
Targeted.
Take you.
Incoming orb.
Defensive.
Gather to me. Darkness comes.
Dude, I'm feeling tanky as fuck on the warrior.
Lost in shade.
Defensive.
Consume.
Defensive.
The void consumes everything.
Warrior's feeling great. You know, tankiness.
Darkness comes. Lost in shade.
Moving out of the way. And we're going to shockwave all that. Okay, we're good.
Defensive.
Gather to me.
So a defensive stance, a spell reflect, and a heal. all into that AoE. Like, feels pretty good. We will need a res on Frey if we're gonna live this.
Everything.
Shade, take you.
Okay, never mind.
Defensive.
Frey said it teleported me to the boat when he died.
I'll feast on you.
Never heard of that happening. I was over at 1,000. I lost it to Rob doing a duel. Well, I mean, that's what happens when you duel, man. You can lose. Imagine that. Yeah. Chill with that.
I still have power enough to defeat you. Shade, take you.
%of duels end in loss. Yeah, that's about right.
Defensive.
Gather to me.
What happens to the other 50%?
Inevitably, the void consumes
There's no way to know.
Lost in shade.
100% end in loss, someone loses. Well, I'm sure he meant to say that, you know, when a person duels, about 50% of the time they're gonna lose, and about the other 50% they're gonna win. You guys knew what he meant.
Darkness comes. Lost in shade.
Too late.
Defensive.
Damn, that is a big unfortunate.
the void consumes everything.
Darkness comes. Shade, take you.
Huh?
Defensive.
Did that get moved at the last second or
Defensive.
something? Because we were pretty far away. It did, okay.
Targeted.
Darkness comes.
Defensive.
Gather to me.
The void consumes everything.
Dude, I thought I was going crazy. I was like, how did that even happen?
All failed me.
You've saved Merildar, champion. We'll drive the remainder of this shadowy lot from the city.
Wait, No! They've sent a force back up and retaken the Dawnbreaker!
X Creative, thanks for the follow, man.
Defensive.
Damn, dude, that's murdering me through defensive stance and spell reflect. So when you get those purple circles, like, I know you want to like maintain your uptime, but don't do it at the expense of hitting your friends with it, because that fucking sucks.
Defensive.
Inevitably.
What the fuck was that? Sounded like an elephant. Maybe you have something open on your browser or something?
Defensive.
Woo! He is struggle bussin'.
By the light of the flame!
We will need percent after we kill this boss, by the way. It was me. I'm over here making elephant noises. It's always Elrithir. I've always said it's always Elrithir.
For Queen.
That's what the L stands for, elephant. Yep. We figured it out.
Bombs.
All right, grab bombs.
Oh, you're nothing. As he eviscerated, cannot stop me.
More bombs coming out.
Taste venom. Must continue.
Nice. And fly whenever you can down to the final platform.
Will keep you safe.
Five.
That's L stands for El Loco. That's Spanish for the Loco. I learned a thing today.
Acid sting. still. Taste venom. Stop! Stop!
You should pretty much always have the heroic leap up every time that mechanic goes off.
Inevitably, the void.
So you can always just take it down there.
Everything.
Acid sting. Stay still.
Whoop. He healed, by the way. Oh wow, mine's not gonna be ready. I'm gonna die. Holy shit.
Taste venom.
So there was like 3-4 seconds left on leap. I should have noticed that. I know, right, Zell?
Stay still.
We've only done 5% of his health, by the way. He's got 10 more to go.
Stop! Stop!
Hi, Voltrix. You got your gummy?
Taste venom.
He should have been fixed to only need to do 4% of his health in this phase, regardless of healing.
Stay still.
That would have been better. Toenail, you talking about the gummies for the pet?
Acid sting.
Make sure you have your receipt. So I did that, and
Stop! Stop!
yeah, you have to actually like take a picture of your receipt. Wait, you're on Warrior. Are we done protesting Warrior or what? For viewer keys, I figure it's fine if I just play my Warrior. Oh, you already got the pet. Okay, you're good then.
Taste venom. Stay still.
Rashadon, health break points, and Dawnbreaker don't waste lust and cooldowns. If you're not going for super tight keys, you should always lust and CD phase 2. It would really suck to pop a lust and have the boss phase at 63.1% and essentially making a good chunk of that lust completely worthless.
Stop! Stop!
This always feels like the tougher part of the fight anyway. There are like 4 tabards that you can get with the trolley thing. If you buy the candy from Circle K, Walgreens, or Dollar General, get special color tabards. Oh, really? I didn't know about that.
Taste venom. Stay still.
I didn't know about the tabards. I just thought there was a gummy worm. Wait, what the? We still need percent, by the way.
You've done it, champion. You've broken the unholy alliance between the Order of Night and Aj-Kahet. That creature of theirs has fled back to their queen. No
Feet.
doubt with tales of your fearsome heroism. I'm sure your paths will cross again. But for now, enjoy your victory.
Feet.
Maybe if we have 2 people in the group that are sub 600 eye level, maybe we should stick to 7.
Feet.
Maybe that's the play. Cool enchant? Hey. You went from 558 to 610. That's a big jump. That's a big jump. I guess I had my Twitch volume down to 5%. Oh, is that why you couldn't hear me? Were you a kicking machine there? Let's see. Why does it do this? There we go. Let's see. Interrupts. Yeah, you guys, 16, 14. Oh, man. I didn't have a whole lot of kicks. I'm the bad. Although I had a lot of shockwave stops, so... Although those aren't as powerful anymore. This affix is killer for the group? Yeah. Okay, off to work I go. Oh, I thought you had the day off. Or you were taking the day off. It doesn't help that anything that touches me immediately does a half my health. That will be fixed with some gear though, so that's fine. Oh, you're just taking like a half day. Okay. Now I get it. You can right click where it says damage done overall and it pops up an entire list to choose from. Okay. Yeah, I like that more actually. I've always just used the sword, but like for whatever reason, like maybe the first one's slightly overlapping on the second one, which is why the list goes away when I move my cursor up like that sometimes. I don't know. But yeah, I can just do what you said instead. All right, so Quig is gonna go because he's doing work stuff. So that's gonna leave a spot open for... Actually, shit, servers are going down in 20 minutes, right? 24 minutes to reset, yeah. You know what that means? Do I squeeze in 2 vaults? Or 2 delves for vault real quick? Delve squeeze. Did you ever watch those brain rot videos I sent you? Yes, unfortunately. I got dumber, man. Skibbity gat, skibbity gat, Rizzler. On God, Ohio, or whatever. I'm going in.
Glad to see Adalcon finally sent us some help.
Okay, I don't know why he's reset. That shouldn't be the case.
Let's rescue these folks and avoid these webs.
I know you don't raid, but did you see they nerfed the shit out of Ansurek? So I do raid. I just do like a quick heroic.
Ah, a new experience.
I think it's a comment on your hair. I translated it, and it says the Google Translate says the anchor has 2 bushes.
Might pop out if you do.
Okay, so we're all on the same page. The anchor's voice is nice. Okay. So I'm like a news anchor. Yeah. I get it now. Thank you. More like news wank. Okay.
That's everyone here. Let's keep this cart moving.
Well done, man. Well done.
They're behind us.
Dude, sometimes Pyre just lands a banger.
Let's get the rest of our people out of here.
What have we here?
Good evening, Tech. Bro's thinking he's Spider-Man. You know, are you jealous? 'Cause I'm Spider-Man? Just call me Peter Parker.
They'll never be using that move.
You look like a CS2 player. Is that good or bad?
Fantastic.
Yeah. I'm indifferent about CS2, so
We'll move ahead.
that's why I was
Meet us
asking.
up above.
You got to dodge.
Oh. Break that fear. Shroud is rich as fuck. Could be worse. I love watching Shroud, man. Well, let me rephrase that. I love and I also hate watching Shroud. I love watching Shroud just completely dominate, but I also hate that he's a constant reminder of my own inadequacies. Is this a delve? Yeah, it is. Servers are about to go down, so I'm squeezing in a delve because we don't have enough time for a key. You gotta get 2 for a vault slot. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna get the 2, but I'll try.
Fantastic.
Tell me what
Maybe I just
drives
need to
you.
stop picking up other things and just go. Anyone on my list that streamed Diablo Immortal got removed?
Another ambush. This must be how they captured the others.
I did it once, okay? I just wanted to check it out. And then I never played it again. Same with FF14 and New World. Okay, that's not true because you've definitely seen me stream FF14.
All right. New directives. You take out the Nerubians ahead, and we'll follow behind.
Dude, my Dragoon on FF14 owns.
Let's get that nasty off.
You're what? Dragoon. I was gooning. It'd be nice if they cut the Lich King RP in Ice Crown. He's dead throughout all of it, 1 HP while they yak on and on. That would be nice for farming. So let's see, do we run this back and try to get it done in like 10 minutes?
You won't hit us. This Bronzebeard still got it.
That was my first delve of the week.
Hand with this one.
I don't know if it was probably a bit better, I would say, just because you can group things up and I can just kill them. Hey, I got a bounty. And another... Let's get two... There's no way. They're unique. Gotta pick up my, like, 5 gold or whatever. Yeah, let's just run it back. Gotta go fast. It was just one. Wait, did it not like reset or whatever? Oh, okay. Yeah, you literally have to just reset instances like it's a dungeon.
Adalcon finally sent us some help.
Let's rescue these folks and avoid these webs.
Go faster.
Don't step in those webs. Nerubians might pop out if you do.
I'm gonna grab webs and then help you kill.
You won't hit us with that one.
Son of a bitch. Well, I was going to grab all the things, but I got yoinked.
That's everyone here. Let's keep this cart moving.
Can you repeat a bountiful and get a bountiful loot again? No. It once you do the bountiful delve, it's no longer bountiful for that day. Eight minutes.
Let's get the rest of our people out of here.
Spider-Man.
We'll move ahead. Meet us up above.
Can't make Rob do it. That'll lose him time. How did Blizzard get approval for web slinging from Marvel? They know people.
Communication.
You just gotta know the right people.
Another ambush. This must be how they capture.
Dude, this guy's gonna take forever to kill. Oh wait, no he doesn't. Never mind. I'm just gonna own him. I thought he was gonna take forever because he wasn't dying and all of a sudden he just flopped. Keep going. I'll kill them. You keep going.
Look around. Fantastic.
Try to like go all the way and around the corner. It'll pull those casters down. Or we can just grip, I think. Yeah, there we go. Let's see, we got 4 minutes. Plenty of time. Here comes Zekvir. Zekvir off the top rope. Good luck in vaults today. Yeah, good luck. Yeah, I think we got this in the bag. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. You have the power of God and anime on your side. Were you the kid in that video? What's up, Con?
Hit us with that one. Nothing old Bran can't get through.
All right. So my Paladin he's got like a full thing of 10 or higher keys. My warrior has a myth piece and 2 hero pieces. Oh, good find. I didn't even see that. 15-minute game reset. No rollback. Appreciate it, Mir. Fly back to Dornegal? Pfft, I'm human. I've always got a hearth ready. I have 2 hearths, man. Yeah, it was about 5 minutes, Mir. Oop. Speed run. Nailed it. All right. Let's see what we got on the YouTube to kill some time. Wait, what is this? We got a tweet. What have we here? Oh my god, dude. That tweet, dude. An abortion. Jesus Christ, Chance. That's a tweet, all right. Yep. What's the gamba that maintenance ends on time? So is it on time or earlier or just later? Are the choices on time or earlier? And later? Because I think it's going to be on time or earlier like it was last week. Like last week's was only like a half hour. Yeah, it was a scheduled 1 hour maintenance, and it was only like 30 minutes. All right, chat, here's the deal. Do we want to watch food or do we want to watch Tettles? Because there's 2 videos from Tettles I haven't watched. He put one out yesterday and he put one out today. Oh yeah, next week is the anniversary. Yep. So literally 1 week from now, we'll be sitting here waiting for the servers to come back up. I would assume next week it's gonna be a really long maintenance. Because they're gonna patch in all that new anniversary content. Next week is gonna be a long one. All right, dude. Straight up, I want to watch Tettles. Okay, what we got? We have ranking season 1 dungeons. And we've got World First 15 dungeon nerfs and Augless comp, question mark. Let's do the rankings because everyone's got feelings on these dungeons now.
So today I'm going to be talking about the dungeons I like and the dungeons I don't like in a tier list format. So basically we're going to be going through
tier list video.
About 5 weeks
Let's
now.
Go.
And so I think I've had enough time to play with these dungeons pretty comprehensively. In addition to that, I've done like hundreds of beta keys at this point as well.
Beta keys?
So I've had a lot of experiences with pretty much all the dungeons, and I feel like I can pretty confidently rate them on a tier list to the point of things that I like and things that I don't like about each and every single dungeon, and kind of talk through the process of like why I like some of the things I like and why I don't like some of the things I don't like. Ultimately, what you kind of need to know is that a lot of my experiences do come from like a higher end player base. I think that players who are predominantly pugging are probably gonna have different experiences, particularly with dungeons like Necrotic Wake or something like that, where I think that, you know, Surgeon Stitchflesh is a pain in the ass for pugs, like literally impossible to kill for pugs. But for iron players, you know, sometimes you can kill the boss. Not like it's a great boss or anything, but I think that, you know, there are some of these things that are
probably my least favorite.
You know, less challenging for higher end players than they are for, you know, the average player. I think that Skarmorax and Stone Vaults is another great example of an encounter that's kind of in that same vein, where it's like it's doable, manageable high end players. Not still not great, but like, you know, pugs are gonna find that fight to be like 10 times the challenge of high end players. All right, let's start at the top of the list. I think by far the best dungeon this season, my favorite, is going to be Arakara. I think the pull sizing, kind of like the interesting stuff that you can do with routes sometimes in this dungeon, makes this dungeon pretty cool. I think the first area, how you're doing some of the pulls where you're pulling all the way up to the mini boss, you know, you're pressing your lust and you're like kind of nuking all of those mobs down. That's interesting. There's also starting to be some developments with what you can actually do with the tailoring buff in this dungeon and what mobs you can and can't stun. With the discovery that you can actually have pressing roar the stun on pretty much every single elite mob inside of this dungeon as well, you're able to get like an 18-second pull, man, from the tailoring buff, and I think that also makes Arakara pretty cool. I think that some of the stuff that's like really cringe about Arakara, and, you know, in a pug situation, you would complain about this a lot more. Like the last boss, especially if you don't have a lot of decurses, or if you're running a bunch of heavy melee comp, they're going to kill one another in a lot of pug situations. Whereas for high-end players, they kill one another substantially less. You know, it's not that it never happens, but it just happens a lot less. I don't find that boss is egregious. I do think that the first boss of the dungeon is probably the biggest deterrent for me, just in terms of how this dungeon feels to play. You know, if you have a couple of ranged in this dungeon, you know, the first boss feels very different than if you have a couple of melee in this dungeon. And I think that that's probably the biggest.
As a melee enjoyer, that's exactly why this dungeon, I think it's a good dungeon, but the last boss and the first boss to a certain extent are kind of red flags for me, just because they are so melee unfriendly. But we're going to have different perspectives. I still think this is a good dungeon overall.
I also
though.
think that, you know, I don't love the hulking blood guards just as like a mob. I think that they could have gone with a better mob. You know, I think that they could have maybe picked some better mob selection for like the second area. But I think that this is by far my favorite dungeon to play. Every single time I see, you know, Arakar in our bags, this is the dungeon that I want to go to for the entire season. And I find this dungeon to be the most fun and just kind of the most interesting for what we are actually seeing with the season. Next up, I have Dawnbreaker. So Dawnbreaker in the beta was incredibly overtuned, and they've ended up retuning it a lot. Well, the thing that I like about Dawnbreaker the most, I think, is that it has the most selection in terms of what mobs you can and can't pull. Of course, there are some packs that are determined, like, you know, the first couple pulls the dungeon. The ending section is determined. But, you know, the middle, I would say about 60% or 70% of the count that you're going to get is you can do it in like different orders. You can get it from different sources. Of course, you have to kill the mini bosses, but we've seen players playing some random packs out in the courtyard. I saw Yoda do the most random pull in the courtyard earlier with some mobs that I didn't ever really expect to be pulled. We've seen some of the Chinese teams like back routing and pulling like a triple pack and just like flying around the dungeon in a bunch of different ways. And I think that they actually do dragon riding pretty well in this dungeon. I think it's a lot better than like what No Coup Defensive was in terms of dragon riding. And I think that the cool part of the Dawnbreaker for me is, you know, just the routing in general. And I think that, you know, some of the pulls that you're doing in there.
Shadow Lemur, thank you for the 11 months, man. Welcome back. Appreciate it.
Feel relatively fun. Now they are challenging, but they are, in my opinion, fun. Downside of the Dawnbreaker is I think the last boss is absolute complete garbage. I think that like I would be looking to rework that fight. I think that the fact that nobody knows what percentage that it's killed at is really cringe. I mean, I understand how to determine it. Like, you don't have to tell me in the comment section, but like the fact that it's not very clear as to what percentage that boss dies at, the fact that boss isn't very good, I think that is a pretty big red flag for me. I also just, you know, some of the beginning stuff, I'm just like not super hot on the first 10-ish minutes of Dawnbreaker just in general. Now I talked about the middle 15 minutes of that dungeon being pretty cool, but the beginning 10 is not my favorite part of the dungeon just in general, and I think that kind of weighs it down a little bit. But I do in general think that Dawnbreaker is pretty cool. I think that some of this stuff as well with like the debuffs from the mini bosses being put onto players, especially with how hard hitting those debuffs are, is also maybe not the greatest. I find that to be a pretty frustrating mechanic. But overall, you know, Dawnbreaker, A tier dungeon for me. Other A tier dungeon, I missed a tier in Scythe. I would maybe be looking to put this in B. I think this is like my quintessential like mid dungeon.
So far, the only thing I would change is I don't think there is an S tier dungeon. I'd probably move Arakar down to A, but that's literally the only thing I would change so far.
But I think in terms of like the rest of the field, I think that this dungeon probably belongs in A. Not necessarily like I don't have the most fun whenever I'm playing Mists ever, because there's a lot of stuff that like artificially slows you down. I think the maze for some people can be particularly cool, but I think for a player like me, I want like choice and decision making with the dungeon. And I think that, you know, having actual walls inside of the dungeon completely limit what you can and can't do is incredibly frustrating. I think that some of the mobs that they've redesigned, like the guardians and the defenders, are so annoying. I think that, you know, getting expelled and your tank getting absolutely smoked, it just doesn't feel that great in some aspects of it. But in general, I think it's hard to like dock a bunch of points from it because it doesn't do anything that's like too egregious in my mind. I think it's like incredibly average. The bosses are mostly fine, you know, the trash is mostly fine, the end of the dungeon is mostly fine. I don't think anything is like I'm having the most fun whenever I'm playing this. This is the most interesting stuff, but I don't think that it's got like huge drawbacks to the point where I don't want to go there. I think that there's a decent amount of dungeons sometimes where I'm just like, I'm not having fun whenever I'm playing it. Not that I'm like unhappy with playing the game, but I just don't find that dungeon particularly engaging or compelling whenever I'm going there. Now, what I will say is the invisible swirlies on the last boss and the fact that they insta-tick you is completely out of control and has to get fixed. That has to be one of the most frustrating mechanics to me, and it makes me so annoyed whenever I die to something like that. Next up, we got City of Threads. I would put City of Threads in B tier. I actually think the beginning of City of Threads and the end of City of Threads is really cool. I think that the downsides of this dungeon are, you know, the 2-target fight, I'm not like in love with. I think the big RP section though is kind of similar to the Mist Maze. I'm actually
City of Threads is B tier. I don't know how I feel about that one. Chat, what do you guys think about City of Threads as a B tier dungeon? A lot of melee players have 0 spatial awareness. I wish I didn't have spatial awareness because I see all the things going on in the background and the things I have to dodge and the things that make me have downtime. And then my rage bar goes up IRL. Okay, back to work. Be good friends. Later, Pyrie.
Moving this down to B tier, the top of B. After thinking about it a little bit more. Kind of
wait, hold on.
Moving this down to B tier, the top of B.
That's fine.
After
A or
thinking
B
about it a
for
little bit
miss
more.
is fine.
Kind of for similar reasons, you know, the middle section of City of Threads where you're running around and doing all that RP, that to me feels completely pointless. And it kind of feels like you're waiting in traffic, more or less, where you're just trying to get to your destination. You're trying to go back home from a long day's work, and you watch this timer tick down, and you're sitting in traffic because you have to do this long RP that doesn't feel very rewarding. And what are you rewarded with? You're rewarded by killing 3 mini bosses that activate the second boss, and it's just like, oh, I'm really thankful that I wasted 5 minutes. I think that the trash design in this dungeon is actually pretty solid. There's not a lot of decision making that you're going to be making with this dungeon just in general.
Wow.
Where, you know, you can pull some different stuff, but a lot of the packs have heavy casters, like the heralds at the very beginning and the silken mages. They don't really let you pull those packs together, and I think that that's like a pretty big detriment, because you would have to have something like 7 interrupts to be able to actually kick some of these packs. And so some of these packs, you know, are in theory doable, but they're landmine packs in the sense of if you pulled them, you're probably going to be wiping. And so like, don't accidentally pull them, because otherwise you're going to be dying to them. So there is choice, but it's kind of an illusion of choice, more or less, I think, with some of the City of Threads packs in the dungeon. But I think in general, you know, the dungeon's okay. I'm not like super upset whenever I see City of Threads. In fact, I think I'm like pretty okay with it, especially considering some of the remaining dungeons that we have down here.
Rob, I've been playing Frosty K. Do you have any guides on rotations? As far as I know, I would just start with your baseline stuff on like Wowhead. Who's a good Frosty K streamer? I know Biceps Pump is a streamer and also one of the guide writers, I think, on Wowhead. Yeah, Crit Cake is actually playing Frosty K a little bit now. But yeah, as for guides specifically for Frosty K, I'm not but he's looking for guides though, like a YouTube guide. But yeah, you got Biceps Pump, Crit Cake when he does play it, Dorky's maining Frost at the moment. But yeah, I would always start at Wowhead for like a baseline level of understanding, and then go out from there.
Stone Vault, I think, is like marginal B or C for me. I'm probably going to put this in C, but I think that Stone Vault's like pretty marginal. You can only do so much in this dungeon just in general. And that's kind of why I'm leaning towards C. There's only so many interesting routes that you can play in Stone Vault. I think that, you know, linear dungeons are incredibly limited just in general in terms of what I personally find fun with them. And so in that regard, you know, I think that Stone Vault actually does an okay job with some of its trash. I think that the non-elites hitting your tank way too hard is kind of unacceptable. But beyond that, you know, the trash is like more or less okay. I think the charge mobs being a bit buggy with their arrow is annoying. The rock smasher mobs with the smash rock ability at the end of the dungeon, I think that I personally, kind of similar to the Mists of Tyrannus Scythe ending with the Staghorns, hate abilities that really limit your creativity in terms of like what mobs you can pull together. And it happens in Stone Vault, it happens in Mists. There's somewhere else that also has this like stacking debuff thing. The Herald at the end of Arakara has the same mechanic too, where it's just like infinite stacking debuff. I don't love those mechanics. I think that those are pretty obnoxious in Mythic Plus situations, and you end up not wanting to pull those mobs because of that. I think the big deterrent to Stone Vault to me is Skarmorax and yeah, mostly Skarmorax. I don't love the last boss. I think the last boss is pretty poorly designed because I just don't think it's very engaging. The last boss. But I think that Skarmorax is like a huge, just like thumbs down for me. It's kind of everything that's like wrong with Mythic Plus bosses that have a shield, that shield themselves on a timer.
Yeah.
You know, you have to kill all these ads that are in a specific window, and then you get a shielded boss, and then you end up having this fight that ends up lasting 5 minutes.
You just obliterate.
Of course, they're nerfing the HP of the boss on the reset, but like, dude,
well, you also Howling Blast whenever you get that proc, right?
It's kind of like what was that boss from the other side? Hakar. It's kind of like Hakar from the other side, kind of similar vibe, where you just like spiral out of control when you get too many shields, and the next thing you know, you end up with a 5-minute fight. And of course, this is just like a high-end problem, but I see pugs all the time where they don't understand like the orb mechanic and how you're actually supposed to be dealing with the orb mechanic, and that to me is incredibly frustrating.
Dude, he likened it to Hakar. Like, if anyone gives you feedback on a boss and likens it to Hakar, you done goofed. And I totally agree with him. It does feel that way.
And I think that fight is just super annoying, not very intuitive, just in general. And so I got Stonevault and C tier. Got Grim Batol next for me personally.
I feel like melee players have awareness. It's just not fun anymore. Yeah.
I think it's okay. It's
Here, let me pause this real quick. Let me scroll up. I'm a returning player and I can't decide on a main. I've played all the characters. You've played them all and you can't decide. I feel like you gotta really just think about it. Like, do you want to do melee? Do you want to do ranged? Do you want to tank? Do you want to heal? You got to kind of find out what role you want to pick and then work from there. Because like, if you've played everything and you're trying to decide on all the classes, that's a lot of choices. So I'd try to figure out like what role you want to play so you can eliminate some of the choice.
Kind of similar to Stonevault, where the trash isn't like the greatest thing ever and the bosses aren't like spectacular, but I don't think that they're like so egregious that I need to punish it by putting it in like a lower rank than C. I think it's like okay. Like, it's not that I'm unwilling to play the dungeon. I think that's kind of the distinction that I'm looking to make with like a C and like a D tier here, is like I don't mind Grim Batol as much. I think the cannon bombarding thing is what people were really worried about whenever they were bringing Grim Batol back. I actually don't mind that part of the dungeon. I think in general the issue that I have with Grim Batol is like the design of the mobs. The mobs that cast the Ascension at the very end, like that mob is like pretty annoying. You know, the faceless corruptors that are at the end of the dungeon are fairly annoying. I think that the dragons are just incredibly frustrating as well. The fact that they knock you back, you know, there's so many knockbacks this season on all players, but the fact that those dragons also knock you back, and so it's basically like line or get hit for your entire health bar, that to me is pretty obnoxious. I also think that the fact that there's so many casters in this dungeon just in general, whether it's the Earthshapers in the beginning, whether it's the Beguilers in the middle, whether it's the Warlocks and the Beguilers towards the end, like that to me, it's just like a incredibly stressful dungeon start to finish. And then also the third boss of this dungeon. The third boss of this dungeon is one of my least favorite fights of the season. I think that the fact that I'm continuously getting knocked back, you have to like target swap these ads. Now people are like, I
don't think it's that bad,
fighting with their head tucked into a corner because that's the best strat to be able to make the ads spawn well relative to how melee can even kill them. That it's just an incredibly frustrating boss to be able to deal with. On top of the fact that it has just like a ton of HP. Most pugs are going to end up having a lot of problems with like the final boss, but you know, for high-end groups, the final boss, I think the biggest issue is like the tentacles spawn too frequently, and it's kind of hard to tell if you're going to be standing in one or if you accidentally walk into one, especially relative to how big the boss is. But more often than not, you know, that mechanic is mostly fine for like high-end groups, but that third boss is just like huge points down for me.
Yeah, I would say the third boss is definitely the hardest boss in here, and the knockbacks do suck. Yeah, I think the mechanics themselves are fine, but maybe just like reduce the frequency of them and it would be fine.
And so I think that the issue for me isn't necessarily that Stonevault has so many of these deterrent points, but it's more just like there's no high point to the dungeon. You know, Arakara has like a high point of the dungeon. Dawnbreaker has a high point of the dungeon. You know, there's a Terran side in the city. Otherwise, they're kind of like, you know, they have some high points, but you know, Mist is like fairly mid through the entire key. City of Threats has some high points but some low points. Grim Atoll, I don't think has any high points like at all. I think it's kind of similar to Mist of Seer and Scythe in that vein. But I think that Mist of Seer and Scythe through and through is like a better dungeon just design wise. Next are my final two dungeons, and I'm going to go Wake and Boralus in that order. So I'm talking about Necrotic Wake first. I think that this dungeon completely sucks. They increased the amount of count that's required, which reduced the creativity that you could do with the route. Now, they did end up nerfing the Gatekeeper damage and buffed the count that they give, which is nice, because then that gives you actual choice as to what you're pulling. But there's kind of a similar vein to some of the other dungeons that we talked about earlier. It's more of an illusion of choice than anything else, where, you know, you have to pull the Gatekeepers to realistically be able to get count. You have to pull Narzuda, even though that mob sucks. Like, you don't want to be playing that mob, but you have to pull it, otherwise you're not really going to be able to get count. I also think that, you know, Surgeon Stitchflesh and Now Thor are huge pain points for me. I think that those bosses are some of the worst designed fights I've ever fought. Now Thor, in a similar vein to Hakar, in a similar vein to Skarmorax, the fact that it just sends one player down all the time, and the best thing that you can possibly be doing is having a Warlock that can drop a gate to where somebody can gate the Exile, or having an Augavoker, or having a Priest, that way they can grip the Exile target, and you just eat the 15-second death penalty to keep somebody up top, is absurd. I think that Surgeon Stitchflesh, the fact that you have to commit triple spear, which is getting fixed, by the way, but they're still not fixing the fact that you can't kill the A-bombs. The A-bombs are going to end up having too much HP.
QQ, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. That's awesome. Thank you. All right, I'm heading out. Have an amazing stream later, chat. Later, have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
And the fight's still going to be brutal for most people. I
you
think
fix
that
the
fight just completely
notifications?
sucks.
No, they just sometimes work and sometimes don't.
Way too caster heavy for like an average group, to the point where they're having mages with the Frostbolt.
2024.
Okay,
you nailed it.
Pugs. Okay, so let's take my like general prog group. What we do is we rotate Warrior and double Shaman Interrupt on the boss. That way, a Necrotic Bolt never goes off. Myself and the DK, I'm an Augavoker, and we have a Death Knight. We're on the 2 mages. What happens is the DK grips in the first mage that spawns, and he kicks the Frostbolt Volley. The second mage that spawns, I kick the Frostbolt Volley instantly, and then that mage walks into melee. Then those mages are just going to be casting Frostbolt onto random players if they go off, but I'm responsible for CCing them. Meanwhile, you know, like I talked about earlier, the tank and the 2 shamans are rotating interrupts on the boss. What pug is going to be doing that? And that fight still just sucks. It's really hard to deal with. You know, I think it's just like too kick heavy. I think that in general, I do like interrupts in dungeons. I think that interrupts can be a cool part of dungeons. I think that too much kick heavy stuff at the exact same time, especially whenever it can wipe you if one of the interrupts goes off, feels overly punishing. And I don't like Amarth for the same reasons. And I think that it having 3 very negative interactions for me makes me think that Necrotic Wake is not a very fun dungeon. And I find it so obnoxious whenever I deplete that key, because it never feels very fun. And
extra for the new year, dude, Tack Life got the 2025er. QQ, thank you for all the subs. It's incredible. Thank you so much.
Always end up depleting it to some stupid shit, and we're like, well, I guess we go again. And then I just turn a 14 Necrotic Wake into a 13 Necrotic Wake, and a 13 Necrotic Wake into a 12 Necrotic Wake.
Dude, you can really tell he really doesn't like Necrotic Wake. But there's one more dungeon that he's got listed even lower than Necrotic Wake.
And I just always put that stupid ass key, and it's going into D tier because I'm really annoyed. Dumbass dungeon. Boralus, I very infrequently slam my desk. Siege of Boralus has caused me to slam my desk twice this season, and it's over some absolutely bullshit interactions. My issue with Siege of Boralus is particularly the trash. The Irontide Raider, whenever it
I know I'm pausing a lot, but I'm going to pause it again. I am so fucking happy he is not holding back. He's not sugarcoating it. He is just telling you how he feels. He's being just open and honest about it, and I fucking love that.
grips you in, it shouldn't do damage to you. The Black Tar Bomber should not do nearly as much damage to you as it does. Chopper Red Hook, whenever he grips you in, shouldn't do as much damage to you as he does, because you're also getting comboed by the Powder Shot Bomb at the same time. And it's just an incredibly frustrating experience to have the first 10 minutes of this dungeon be praying that you don't get like one shot while you're getting gripped into a boss. And again, this is another knockback movement displacing effect that I'm talking about, and I find those incredibly annoying just in general. I also think the Monkey Town area is fairly frustrating just to deal with in general. There's just, you know, slipping on the banana, you have to dodge the
I'm calling it that from now
AoE
on.
with line of sight. That to me doesn't feel particularly
Welcome to
engaging.
Monkey Town.
And I think that, you know, the bosses, you know, the first boss is obnoxious. I think the first boss sucks, frankly. The other two bosses in this dungeon, or the other three bosses in this dungeon, aren't really that bad. They actually made Vic Goth more or less okay, but I still have a major issue with the Vic Goth tuning. Why does Putrid Waters actually hit you for any initial damage? Instead of the Putrid Waters hitting you for initial damage, the mechanic should be based around your healer actually dispelling you, and so it should still do dot damage whenever it's left on you, but it shouldn't do 80% of your health up front, or in my case, because I'm doing a high enough key, 100% of my health up front, to the point where I have to pre-defensive it before it gets shot from the boss, and then there's travel time.
True.
So I can't defensive it as I am able to actually tell that it's coming at me. I have to defensive it before it's actually shot from the boss, and have a defensive that's lasted long enough to be able to actually get the DR onto it. And that is just so stupid. And I think that this dungeon is completely beans. I think it's better than it was in BFA. That's no consolation. Like,
that's a pretty low bar.
It was terrible then, and it's not great now. It's better, but not great. But yeah, I think that, you know, to me, there's just like these unsatisfying interactions that make me incredibly frustrated just to do the dungeon in general. And the only solace I know is that we're gonna wipe to some bullshit with the trash in the first 5 minutes of the dungeon and leave the key. That's the only solace I have with Siege of Boralus, because the dungeon sucks. Anyhow, those are my thoughts on all 8 dungeons this season. I wish I could get more Arakaras, because that dungeon is really cool. Yeah, in general, you know, I'm having fun playing the season. I think that a lot of people, they're going to see a video like this and be very negative, but in general, I've been having fun playing, because to me, playing the dungeons is more about playing with the group of people that I'm having fun with, and less about the dungeons more or less being fun, if that 100%. Makes any sense. I think it's more about a group experience.
I think he touched on a really massive point here, and it's why the pug scene is always bad. It's all about who you play with. And when you're just playing with like random strangers all the time, most of the time, it's going to be bad to indifferent. It'll very rarely be good.
That you're having with people that you're friends with, as opposed to, am I having fun with this dungeon pool? Because this dungeon pool, in my opinion, is not that great. Haven't been having a ton of fun, and I clocked it like a 3.5 coming into the season after a bunch of beta dungeons. I think a 3.5 is probably about right. It might be a 4, but I think a 3.5 is about right for this season for me personally.
I kind of feel like
I'm just hearing your thoughts down in the comment section below.
3.5 to 4.
And I will see you in the next video.
Dude,
goodbye.
Petal's always right. All right, let's see. World First 15 dungeon nerfs and Augless comp? Question mark?
Welcome back to This Week in Mythic Plus, and this week we are going to be rotating down to the Zalatat's Bargain Ascendant affix. We're back to the Razgat orbs that give haste, and we've had some major shakeups with what's actually been going on with Mythic Plus. In this most recent week, we have Gilded Crest changes, we have dungeon nerfs, we have World First plus 15 being timed, we have game-breaking exploits that have been fixed inside of Mythic Plus dungeons, and much, much more to be talking about this week. So first and foremost, you know, just for every key that is below a 12, Zalatat's Bargain Ascendant is going to be available. This is the CC affix set, where you end up having to press any CC and you end up getting haste. This affix is probably the best feeling affix personally for me.
Wait, let me go back to that.
Where you end up having to press Ascendant is going to be available. This is the CC affix set, where you end up having to press any CC and you end up getting haste. This affix is probably the best feeling affix personally for me.
Yep.
But in general,
Hey,
you know, this should be a pretty good week for you to be able to start to get your 10s done. In addition to that, Gilded Crests are now available from +8 keystones.
This is already the case, by the way.
This isn't like a huge change, all things considered, although I think that Blizzard farmed a bunch of W's with this change. I think that
majority
in
of the
general,
community.
moving the line from Gilded Crest starting at +8, or from +9 to +8, it does change a little bit, but it's not the end of the world. I think fundamentally the dungeons are still just a little bit too hard for players, and I've seen a lot of comments talking about players being locked and not able to actually progress through the keystone system very easily, or as frictionless as it has been in the past. Now, I will say, I think part of this is due to the fact that players are getting just too much gear from delves, and so they are just like kind of skipping the line in terms of being able to progress the hero track gear. But that doesn't mean that, you know, they should be like completely locked down once they reach that +7 level and really struggle to even be able to do a 10 altogether. But I will say, you know, moving Crest to a +8, this isn't even a bad thing. This is a good thing, all things considered. And hopefully it will allow players to be able to craft more of their gear and get that hero track gear all the way maxed out at 626 item level, I think, is when it ends.
Like, congrats, man.
From 619 previously.
Awesome.
Which these things are good. No complaints.
I do like the color on that mount.
In other news, we have Nearbar Palace Raid and Mythic Plus Dungeon hotfixes web pull exploit fixed. Basically, there was this item that was called web pull, and it was a PvP item, and you were able to pull any mob, any boss, including in dungeons or raid, anything that was possible to be, you know, targeted with this item. It could be pulled, and it could do things such as positively bug out and completely cancel mechanics on bosses. Alternatively, it could wipe you, like I saw from this group, where they use it to pull the boss because they're just messing around trying to see exactly what it does. And on Hadal, it summoned 3 of these water surges, or 4 even of these waves of the breakwater, and they end up wiping their entire group. Now, this is something that's
pretty funny.
I did see some players use it on some Mythic Plus bosses. I didn't see anybody to like actually abuse it for like a super high level key. A really dumb thing to be doing. I wouldn't be shocked. I saw somebody ended up killing Silken Court with this, where the boss actually ended up doing 0 damage to them the entire time. I wouldn't be shocked if people who are exploiting like that end up getting banned in some capacity, but you know, you never really know what Blizzard's actually going to do with stuff like that. In other news, so we talked about the Gilded Crests. We are going to have some changes to the dungeons themselves. First and foremost, these things are already live, but they're affix changes. So these Alatat's bargain affixes have been increased from 20 seconds to 30 seconds. So you're going to get 30 seconds of this 20% haste gain from the Ascendant buff. That's sick.
People have been asking for like the Kiss portion of the Kiss Curse affix to be buffed, and like just think about this, like the orbs that you have to CC right this week coming up, you just do that and you get a 30-second buff, man.
Huge ups.
That's pretty awesome. Like a 30-second buff
it ends
for the
up
group.
Basically soft nerfing all of the dungeons just straight across the board. Below a 12, and I think that this is something that's pretty positive for most of the players that are involved here. The other change is Altat's Guile now increases enemy health and damage by 10%, was previously 20. We basically, the consequence of this were that we saw everybody who was stuck at like that 11 to 12 range, and they were kind of progging 12s. They were able to finally break through that barrier and were able to get a decent amount of 12s timed. You know, we were even starting to see people be able to push, like, you know, if they were doing 13s, now they're doing 14s. It ended up being about a key level of advantage from just the nerf on this Guile. And
Dark Shadow,
now
I
the
hope
jump
so,
from
man.
the 11 to 12 feels a lot more manageable. Not that it's not steep, but it's a lot less steep than it has been in the past. And I think that this feels, at least as a player, a lot more fair to whenever you're looking to actually do these Guiles, because in the past, 12s were pretty much off the table.
Give me a reason to push beyond
Dungeon
10,
tuning.
though.
We have Necrotic
I
Wake
really need to
tuning,
work on that, I think.
Surge and Stitch Flesh health reduced by 20%, and the Stitch Flesh creation Festering Rot damage reduced by 30%. This is a massive damage nerf, or a health nerf, sorry. A 20% health nerf is not something that you see all too often. It comes off the back of also the effects of Bloody Javelins don't stack. Now, for groups that were bloodlusting and using Triple Spear, this might end up being a very marginal buff to Surge and Stitch Flesh, but for most, I'm saying 98% of the player base that weren't triple javelining him, they were not saving Lust, say you wiped or something like that, this is just a 20% health nerf.
I didn't download the mini patch.
Now you're only going to be able to end up using one javelin on Surge and Stitch Flesh. Realistically, this is a good change because now it opens up the options for actually using these javelins at different points, as opposed to being completely locked down to only use them on Surge and Stitch Flesh. Personally, I'm worried about my ability to be able to kill this boss off because it's kind of impossible to kill the Stitch Flesh's creations. They just have far too much HP. A 30% Festering Rot damage reduction just isn't really enough to be able to heal through 2 or 3 of them up at once. This kind of a fight that is really bad, in my opinion. Addition to that, if you have multiple creations up at once, they'll hook one another and you can no longer progress the fight. This is a fight that is not doable the way that Blizzard wants it done, and I think it honestly...
What I think you're going to do, we'll see what actually happens, but what I think you're going to do is you chain javelins. So, like, you javelin, Stitch Flesh, right? And then when that buff falls off, you throw another javelin. And then when that buff falls off, if he's still alive, throw another javelin. Or you can use like 2 javelins on Stitch Flesh and like use the third somewhere else, maybe the last boss. I don't know.
Should be looking to get a rework. Other stuff for Necrotic Wake. Zul'Ramis Gatekeepers, Wrath of Zul'Ramis, periodic damage reduced by 25%, great change. Skeletal Monstrosity, enemy forces, contributions increased by 20%, great change. Skarmorak, health has been reduced by 10%. He's now stunned for 4 seconds, was previously 2. And the AoE from the Crystal Shards is now reduced by 15% in the Stone Vault dungeon. And I think that Skarmorak is a boss that is incredibly annoying for both high-end players and pugs. I think that this fight is just not very intuitive for how it works. I saw a post at the front page of Reddit.
I'm glad Skarmorak's getting nerfed.
Make sure to soak the orbs on Skarmorak, because people just don't intuitively understand how this fight works. There's also Void Speaker, Iric. You're getting a little bit nerfed.
Wait, servers are up? Chat, servers up? I don't know. I don't see anyone logged in on NA. Oh, okay. Dirobe's on. That means it's good. Yep, let's go. There we go. I wouldn't lie to you, Rob. Listen, people try to troll me all the time with the servers are up thing. Now the 20-minute wait until Vault. Oh yeah, do you guys just want to keep watching videos until Vaults actually come up? I mean... Hi, Rob. I'm a ding-dong. Been here a while and forgot to say hi. Hi, Godsmack. Yeah, there's not really I can go like do a delve or something, I guess, but yeah, I'm actually just gonna keep watching the video until vaults are open.
Boss as well. Let's talk about what we've seen food
on the way here in like
to the
next few minutes.
So we saw World First 15s being done. There was a group out of China. It wasn't the Anua group. It was this Zonlin group. They were able to time the World First 15 and ended up being Mist of Tyr and Scythe.
It was a quick one.
There was the Anua group who ended up timing a 15 Arakara, I want to say about 25 minutes after. And so we're seeing a lot more of these 15s being timed. Right now we're seeing the cap of the dungeons being about this 15, but we're seeing a decent amount of 15s actually starting to show up on the leaderboard. We have about 36 of those being in time. Now, most of them end up being like Arakara and Mist of Tyr and Scythe, but you're even seeing some in Dawnbreaker, you're seeing some in Necrotic Wake, you see some in Grim Batol, I see a City of Threads here. So we're seeing most of the dungeons being timed in the on the 15 range on the highest keys because of this guy. So 15 seems to be the soft cap right now. I wouldn't be shocked if we were having this video next week and we start talking about the 16s that are being done, because that's actually kind of interesting. So kudos to them for being able to actually time World First 15, and I'm kind of interested to see how the meta progresses, because like look at the front page, we're starting to see some comps that don't involve an Aug Evoker. There's a Kira team that's playing Major DK and then Balanced Root Assassination Rogue. Could be pretty good. Shit. I have a suspicion that, Aug is still going to be overwhelmingly brought and preferred, especially at like super high key levels, just because of the tank survivability that it ends up providing. But seeing that there is a team that is willing to play without an Aug Evoker and they're doing exceptionally well, that's pretty positive. All right, let's take a look at WoWmeta.com and kind of look at what they are showing here. So for their Dungeon Ease, Basically, from the +8 to the +14 range, it has Mists and Arakara as the easiest dungeons, and then basically everything else.
Remember, guys, buff Sin. Buff it.
Else is pretty hard, with Necrotic Wake and Stone Vault being the absolute hardest. I think that anecdotally this feels about right for whenever you're pugging. Mists is like the white whale key. That's the one that if you get it and you time to 9 and you end up getting a 10 and it ends up being a Mists, you're able to get all of these high-end players, these 3k IO players signing up to your group that are 635 item level or whatever, and you're able to get that key easily done. Whereas, you know, if you get something like Stone Vault, nobody's signing up to that key. It's going to be nuclear hard, and you're going to end up having to drop it, and you're going to have to re-roll your key at some point. But I think that now we're kind of seeing things start to shake up about how I feel about them as well. I think that I'm glad that they're nerfing and targeting nerfs to Necrotic Wake and Stone Vault, because I do tend to agree that those are the hardest keys so far this season. Most of the Stone Vault stuff is, funnily enough, not necessarily just Skarmorak, although Skarmorak is hard. It's more just like the coordination that's required for all of the bosses is just a lot higher than a lot of the other dungeons. Looking at some of the tier list stuff that they have, it's data-based analytics based off of like players that are timing keys between the 8 and the 14 range. This has Guardian Druid, then Prot Warrior, then Blood DK. I tend to think that Prot Warrior is a little bit of a better tank than Guardian Druid.
I feel the same way.
If I had to rank them, I'd go
I think Guardian's a better
Druid.
pug tank, though.
Funnily enough, we've actually seen some people start to play this Protection Paladin. I wonder if this is going to be like how this is going to fare once we are seeing like the rework that happens on the anniversary patch next reset. How much Prot Paladin representation and honestly just the strength of the spec is going to spike. Like we've seen Drogo time of 15 on his Prot Pally, and Prot Pally is a specialization that, you know, looking at this, you know, it's in D tier in theory, because of that's the representation.
Done.
But we're seeing that highly skilled players of any specialization can make it happen if given enough time. And I'm kind of interested in...
That's always the case, by the way. Every season, I feel like it goes without saying every season that, like, yeah, there's going to be classes, you know, some better, some worse. But you will always be able to find people playing, like, the absolute worst specs who can make them work and do really well at it.
Seeing if how much Prot Pally is going to rise. Prot Pally has generally been seen as like the worst tank due to the fact that they just get white swung to death, and this is a season where white swings are just incredibly potent, and so that's something that people have been kind of steering away from. For melee DPS, Frost DK and Assassination Rogue are at the very top. I think that Enhancement Shaman for melee DPS, Frost DK and Assassination Rogue are at the very top. For melee DPS, Frost DK and Assassination Rogue are at the very top. I think that Enhancement Shaman probably should also be at the top here. I think Enhancement Shaman has its fair share of representation. Just in general, fewer players are playing it.
Pretty high.
Unholy DK in some spots has actually been even better than Frost. I think for Arakara specifically, Unholy Death.
I'm surprised that Windwalker is higher than Ret. I guess Windwalker's actually really good.
Night.
Haven't really heard anything about Windwalkers.
Same for probably like Necrotic Wake. I think that if you're going to play Unholy over Frost, it's probably going to be for those two.
I mean, according to this website that he's using, Windwalker is ahead of Ret right here. Like they're together. It's pretty much probably equal. But yeah, they have it listed higher. I just found that surprising because you don't really see a whole lot of Windwalkers.
Specifically, and then I think Enhancement Shaman should probably be up here in S.
Yeah, I
do
too.
This kind of makes sense though. For range DPS, we have Augmentation Evoker, Balance Druid, and Elemental Shaman in S. I think that we should move one of the mages up. We've actually seen a lot of different mage specializations being played, whether it be Frost, whether it be Arcane. Both of those are probably the most dominant one, but the reason that it's being held down is because players are swapping or they're not consistent with the spec that they're playing, and so it's not in the S tier, but it realistically should. I think that there's a lot of good range DPS options, and I think that Ellie is actually going to get a lot stronger on the anniversary patch. Same with Enhancement Shaman. I think both of those specs have a lot of upside for the anniversary patch, so be watching out for that. And then for healers, it's basically Disc Priest or Resto Shaman. Resto Shaman is obviously the most dominant and easiest to play with healer. I actually think that Prez Evoker is incredibly underrated in this regard. I think that Prez is very strong. It's just not something that you're seeing too popular. Whenever you look at 12 and up with the Zalatat Skylaugh fix, 78% of runs consist with a Resto Shaman. And so that is definitely becoming very dominant in the metagame, where if you look at, tanks, it's Pro Warriors, and then it's Guardian Druids, and then it's Blood Decays in that order. And if you look at DPS, it's kind of...
It's hard to be an Arms Warrior right now. Done all dungeons
like
plus
the big
10,
winner of the
still
season. But you're seeing a lot of
5
Autovokers
pugs
as well.
Yeah.
And Rep Paladin's also sneaky pretty good.
That's why I always just play my key.
That's all we've seen in this week in Mythic Plus.
I almost always just play my key. I don't care like what it is. I don't care if it's going to give me IO. I don't care if it's going to give me gear. I just play my key. I just send my key all the time.
Hope to see you guys next week. I'm kind of interested in seeing what's going to go on with the anniversary patch. We're going to get some
You also
class
don't
tuning
pug
as well. Again, be looking out for the...
That's not entirely true. I don't like 100% pug, but when I'm doing my key, there's usually pugs in there. Like when I'm pushing raiding, I rarely have a full group of people from chat when I'm trying to like push. Give me 900 examples when you pug. I'll fax it to you. Don't worry.
Those shamans, I think that enhance and elemental are going to end up being a lot better than they were. I think that
Vaults
Pally
are
is going
up
to
in
be
about
completely sick. So
a little less than 15 minutes.
All 3 of those specs reasonably could be busted. But anyways, we will be back in next week's video, and I will see you guys later. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. All right. Give me like 2 minutes, chat, because I got some food at the door, and then we'll watch something else because we got vaults coming up in a little over 10 minutes. BRB. All right, I'm back. Got some Starbucks. Dang, that's a thick pally. Yeah? Also, Castaclysm. Thanks for the follow, dude. Fresh 80 alt, what the fuck do I do? Get into some low keys, do some delves. Yee, nice hair. Thanks, man. Yeah, actually, it was a dark brown, but I did a subathon back in September, and one of the goals was to go blonde, so here we are. Pitch K9, thanks for the follow, dude. All right, what do we got? Is there any good videos to watch? You know what we could do? We could just watch some Daily Dose until vaults are open, because it's only going to be, what, like 7 minutes? Who wants to run a quick 9-minute Arakara? Not me. 9-minute Arakara sounds pretty sweaty. Diablo? I've been playing Diablo off stream. I've been having a lot of fun with the Spirit Board. I think it's great. Was it to match your Paladin's hair? No. Craziest nature videos of the decade. Oh, that's a 16-minute one. Let's do this one. Never talk to strangers.
One, this is your daily dose of internet. This is why you don't talk to strangers. This guy offered to give her $40 for her socks.
You want my socks for $40?
Please.
Yeah?
I was afraid to ask you.
Sure. I will gladly take $40 if you want my socks.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, bye. Yeah, have a nice day.
Huh?
Oh my god. Wow.
Florida just got hit by a hurricane, so the scientists flew a plane into the hurricane to collect some valuable data.
Yo, these guys are nuts.
I'm gonna grab my phone real quick. Yeah.
These guys flew into the hurricane.
I'm just doing my morning routine.
Does anyone know how this magic trick works?
3, 4, 5, 6. Here 6. This is 9. This is 6. This is 9, right? Yeah. This is 6. This is 6. And this is 9.
Wait, what?
I don't know if I'm gonna have enough time, Zell, because vaults are coming up in 6 minutes. Oh, he didn't
She
crash
couldn't
into
figure out
it.
why her hot chocolate was transparent.
Okay.
This was probably the best possible.
Wait, why did she trip?
This was probably the best possible outcome to come out of this.
Hey.
Uh-oh. He's gonna throw her in the water. No, he's just gonna fall in the water. Okay. Boop. Oh, nice save, buddy. Nice save.
This is the risk of being a delivery person in October.
Is it bad that I want to have Halloween decorations for exactly that reason now? Because I have a Ring doorbell camera, so I'd be able to watch all the reactions to it. Oh, I kind of want that now.
It took a few business days for him to process what just happened.
Cleaning up all that glass is gonna suck because you got to get the glass that like went in between the cracks of the deck too. I love golden so much.
This is a pretty creative gender reveal.
4, 3, 2, 1. It's clear. What? Twin. Y'all don't stress me the.
Nope.
A Tiffany é corajosa lá. Que caiu? Que caiu?
One of my subscribers got a massive leg cramp.
Oh. Oh, that's gonna wake you up.
Doesn't have any brain cells. So this is pretty crazy. Security cameras are now using AI to collect data on customers and employees.
Bro.
She realized that
That's
she
like
made a
some
big
cyberpunk
mistake.
shit.
Sit. Speak. Oh no, not speak. No, not speak, no.
They managed to park their car in the worst spot possible. For some reason, this panda is an absolute freak. I don't think they understand how a ski lift works.
Just sit. Just sit.
This dad ate this dessert that was apparently so good that he started crying.
The best thing I've ever tasted. It's my favorite dessert of all time. It's so good.
This dude's high as fuck.
She thought that the shadow.
Good. It's my favorite dessert of all time ever tasted.
This dessert that was.
Hold on, let me go back.
This dad ate this dessert.
Look at how red those eyes are. Like around the eyes.
That was apparently so good that he started crying.
The best thing
yeah,
I've ever tasted.
He is.
It's my favorite dessert of all time. It's so good.
That's my
He had his pet bird remove his loose tooth for him.
There you go, bud. Don't eat the tooth.
So why is this robot so good at dancing?
I don't want that. I feel weird about this.
I can just pull you back.
This bird sounds like a laser beam. This
That's
duck keeps
cool.
ducking underwater to avoid this eagle. He's somehow managing to defy gravity. A few days ago, the sun created its most powerful solar flare in over 7 years.
Oh good, the sun's shooting at us. Great.
This garbage man didn't seem to care that he threw away the entire bin.
He just said screw it. Sent you a burger video? Alright, I got it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to watch it because vaults are up now, actually. I didn't realize the time. Yeah. Let's go take a look at some vaults, chat. Let's see. I need to put my sound back on. There we go. Okay. It's prey time. Yep. We're going to open up Paladin and Warrior Vault, and then we're going to get back into doing some viewer keys today. All right, what do we got? It's not bad. It's not bad. Did your delves not count? I did delves on the warrior. I think this is an obvious we take this. Oh, you got a Skarmorak shard. Nice. Yeah, let's take the mark. Myth mark is insane. Yes, it is. Big. So we get rid of the champion one for a myth one. Yikes, I wouldn't have taken that. Yeah, dude. You would have taken token, right? Token for sure.
There is much to be done. May you find what you seek.
All right. We got that. Let's go do Warrior Vault. Gotta play the long game with the sockets. With the Sakis. All right, come on, let me in. Man, that load screen boss. Well, if you're gonna take forever. Oh, of course, now you're good. I was gonna take a bite of my my wrap from Starbucks. Your Paladin's 4-piece from Vault? That's awesome. Oh. Damn, I'm sad that's not Myth, though. This is Myth, though. So I think we take this, and, yeah. And I also need to craft my Charge Claymore to be higher item level on the warrior. That's crazy. Yeah, we'll take this for now. Definitely not optimal, but we'll take it for now. Let me see. I don't know how upgrading two-handers work, but I'd craft first, save crests.
Crunchies? Knock lucky doos and loot.
I need to get a lot more
I will do my duty.
crests for crafting if I wanted to make like a second weapon.
Go carefully.
Also craft anyways for embellishment. I need to get a lot more gilded crests if I want to craft a weapon. Basically, I need to stop playing my paladin so much and play my warrior. Okay, he's sending me something for crafting and crest saving. Okay. How was Vault? It was actually decent. I got a mark trinket on my paladin, and I've got a just a random myth weapon on my warrior. WoW for the weekly, you could do heroic dungeons for a hero piece. That's insane. Yeah. I'll actually hold off on spending crests for now. Yo, nice pants, dude. Speaking of getting more gilded crests, let's do some more keys. Let's try and stick with 8s. Just so we can farm more gildeds. It's a viewer key and gilded farm kind of day.
Looking for
Did I watch your video? No, dude. Vault's opened up. There was a few I didn't watch. All right, so Frey, do you want back in? Yeah, give me a sec to do Warrior Vault. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to open up a group. We're going to hide our stream group in Priory. Just so we can have cross-faction join up, because you can't do cross-faction with a custom group. Healer's already locked in. Everything else is open.
Communication initiated.
Oh, dude, it's the complete 4 dungeons on heroic or mythic difficulty. Or heroic piece.
Returning to work. I will bit by bit. We'll get our memories back.
No point, not a melee bottom class. Dude, there's just insane choice here. What's the group for? Viewer keys, Swiftar. So I don't know if you're wanting to do that. Damn, man, look at all, like How can I choose? Yeah, they're giveaway keys. Remember those 10s we did yesterday? I got a myth track Mistcaller Ocarina in Vault. All right, let's see. So we only had one tank sign up, so we take Shat. And let's see here. Fuck, man. So I'm really trying to get gear for Frey. So I wanna have more plate. I'm gonna take Bard. Because he's playing Holy Paladin, guys. Frey's coming in on his healer. And the last spot is for his Holy Paladin. I know, dude, there's so many people to choose from. I had to just piss off like 15 people. Piss off's a little strong, I know, but whatever. My heart is broken. All right, guys. We're going to go ahead and start up the giveaway. If you would like to join us on the next key, go ahead and sign up now. All you got to do is type Rob Keys in Twitch chat. I've been trying for weeks. I am devastated. Throwing, crying, pissing, and shitting myself. Yep. Sounds about right. Pretty cool to do keys like that, though. Yeah, as long as you're max level and on an NA server. Yeah, we just do some viewer keys. People can sign up, and then some random person will win. There's also a bad luck protection system in place, so the more you sign up, the more likely you are to win. And then once you win, it gets reset down to 0. I'm mad and I didn't even sign up. That's my secret. I'm always mad. Hey, Sakazim. I'm doing pretty good, man. Pretty good. Feeling pretty good.
Decipher this.
My secret is that I'm always tired. Hi, Pixie. What's max roll BLP? 1,000. Yeah, you can't roll over 1,000. All right, guys, about 30 more seconds. I'm assuming it got reset. It hasn't been reset. But maybe you haven't signed up in a while. Because I switched like the bot I used to run these giveaways like a year and a half, 2 years ago. All right, and up next, let's bring in Father Freshness. Father Freshness, you're up, buddy. All right, boys, where are we going? Let's see. 8 siege. Censarian 8. Let's get some gildeds. That would also accommodate that too, Father Fresh. Everyone's favorite dungeon, Siege of Boralus. Hey, Moose. Let's see. Now Monk has Transmitter, Mad Queens, Seal, the Poison Pack, and Neck. Jesus. Getting all the things, aren't you? Alright, Bard. Carry us to victory. Frey needs gear and I need gildeds. And then tomorrow we'll, oh, is everyone already here? Holy shit. And then tomorrow we can, push for some raiding on the Paladin.
Pirates are taking civilians as slaves. Put an end to this.
Also, what's our,
The pirates are taking civilians as slaves. Put an end to this.
She's just gonna keep saying that? What's our affix? Oblivion. While in combat, Xalatath manifests crystals from the void that can be absorbed by enemies or players. Oh, okay. So it's the one where you just run into the balls. Hey, how is Vault? I got a Mythic Mark trinket. Or Myth Mark trinket on my Paladin. And my Warrior just got a random Myth weapon. Pretty proud of myself. I fixed my work shirt. It ain't pretty, but there's no hole anymore. Hey, there you go.
Five, 4, 3.
Farmin' Gildeds.
And now,
hopefully I can get a stone vaults and or a necrotic wake. Yo.
Frontal. Shout.
Cindy sent me pictures last night of the helicopter.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
I've come to realize that if they ever do a trip like that again, and I can talk them down into making it just a week long and not 2 weeks, I would go.
Frontal.
I feel like 2 weeks is just too long. I can't miss half a month.
Shout.
I don't know, man.
Old Rob used to say he couldn't miss one day.
That's true. Old Rob was real hungry for it though back then.
Now you're just an old man.
Yep. Old Wob.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
There's certain places where, like Hawaii, or places that take a long time to get to, that you don't want to be there just for 2 days. Like flying to Europe, like, or Asia or somewhere like that. It's just there for so long, or it takes so long to get there. You don't want to be there for a day and a half.
This is when you make 2 weeks of YouTube content.
That's what I call a prime cut.
I mean, that could work. I mean, I just would need my phone, right? Just record video.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Did the cats go on vacation with Ellie? Oh no, they're the oranges are downstairs right now. I'm taking care of the orange cats. Mud is at the vet for this because Mud has to take a pill twice a day, every day. It's an anti-seizure medication, and my hands are too big to like pill that cat. I would choke that cat with my fingers, well, if I tried to pill it, so she's just at the vet.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the
Yeah.
darkness.
Which sucks too, because I don't mind doing that. I did that with my dogs when I lived back in Florida.
You can't run. Lambs to the slaughter. You can't run. Lambs to the slaughter.
Yeah, it's not a pleasant procedure, but it's a little different for cats.
Do you see it? A stone.
Incoming. More chum for the waters.
No! Oh, I thought we were so dead. Did you see us get gripped over the swirlies?
Heroes, my scouts report heavy
What is the
fighting near
DPS meter? It's details.
I'll remove the
It's just a skin
from the docks.
that you can install if you want. It's literally details. It's the same add-on, just with a different skin.
Spread.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Damn. I've been debating if I wanted to learn Lua to make my own skin for details. I've thought about doing that in the past.
Do you see it?
A spell reflect value.
To call forth the darkness.
Captain Lockwood, our forces have lost control of the docks.
It makes no difference. Me cannons will soon reduce the opposition to rubble.
That ship is laden with Azerite caches. Slaughter
Frontal.
the crew, and I'll haul its cargo out of the city.
I can almost blast. Although I probably shouldn't. I'm just gonna save it for boss. It's not like my Paladin where I can just always send. Always, always, always.
No survivors!
Frontal.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Frontal.
I tire of this! Decimator rounds! Fire!
Kill it.
Frontal.
And route. And back in. Oh no, Frey.
Clear the deck!
Frontal.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Frontal.
Carve you to ribbons! All hands! Attack! All cannons! Fire!
Frontal.
Yeah, I think I blasted. I think we both did.
Frontal.
Hey, what's up, Tapele? 4 dungeons for the weekly. Yep. Good week.
Do you see it?
If you got like a bunch of alts, getting 4 quick keys on each of them,
Frontal.
probably the play.
Make it even simpler, just doing heroic.
You could, yeah.
I sail to uncharted waters.
Heroes, Ashvane's forces are attempting to break through our southern wall. Stop them, and we may have a chance.
I don't know, I think you got to go with the
Boralus.
pants
I'll rally the
because
militia and
they're
secure the
myth with avoidance.
Fear.
So many bananas. Dude, I love the little Mountain Thane lightning strikes.
Do you see it?
The animations for Mountain Thane are so cool.
To call forth the darkness.
Fear.
Stay in with Zerker Rage. We don't get feared. What's up, Hokkaido? Sim showing ring, but I don't know.
Fear.
No, I gotta get out. No, I got stunned. The bananas. Oh, apparently there's a banana under the pack.
Whatever you have belongs to me now.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Heroes, we need your aid. That sea giant is demolishing everything in its path.
If this makes your decision any easier, pants that you, myth pants that you can kata drop off first boss.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Whatever you have belongs to me now.
Spread. Spread.
Brother. He hit me with that twice. You're killing me, Smalls. I think right now it's Myth, Haste Neck, Ring, Mandate, and Vault for me.
To call forth the darkness.
I don't even know what those things are.
Full fathom 5, your bones shall lie.
Defensive. Line. Defensive.
Yeah, Cisco, that's what I was thinking, man. It's like they're the things that make the numbers bigger.
Do you see it?
Defensive.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
Line. Defensive. Defensive.
Do you see it?
Return my body.
You've done it.
Yeah, I feel like the downtime on that fight is just so killer.
Enjoy your hollow victory, fool. Ha! Enjoy your hollow victory, fools. Without the Kultiran fleet, you have no hope of defeating me.
That one was close.
Allow me to demonstrate.
Healers are respectable creatures. Healers are people sometimes.
Breach the city.
I love all my healer friends.
Ashrane's beast is destroying our ships.
Dot.
Looks like there are still artillery pieces in the wreckage.
Defensive.
Reassemble them and kill her pet before we have nothing left to repel Ashvane's fleet.
Get this thing off me!
Defensive.
Don't let this beast eat me! Help!
Ah! The insta.
You have my thanks. Now I'll get this cannon prepped for some payback. Armed and ready. Last
Dot.
You see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Defensive.
Don't let this beast eat
That was
me.
super unlucky for him.
Defensive.
Help!
Dot. Defensive.
Yo, appreciate the intervene, man.
Eat me.
I was just chilling in defensive stance like a nerd.
Help! Don't let this beast eat me.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Dot.
Don't let this beast eat me. I owe you one. Now, just give me a second to get this cannon working. Ready to fire!
Defensive.
Don't let this beast eat me.
Defensive.
Get this thing off me.
Dot. Defensive.
That's unfortunate.
Help!
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Don't let this
All right,
beast
grab these
eat
orbs.
me.
Yeah.
You have my thanks. Now I'll
And that's a GG.
for some payback. Ready to fire.
I told you that you were destined for great things.
You dare scar my beautiful pet? I tire of this game.
We did
I'll
it.
reduce Boralus to cinders.
We had that bard carry.
You've done well, heroes, but Boralus is not out of danger yet. Speak with me when you're ready to put an end to Ashvane's fleet.
Guys, I still need to get a 4-piece. On my warrior. It's so behind, you guys. Did we get a catalyst charge this week? You don't have 4-piece on your main yet? My Paladin's in a pretty good spot. No cata charge? Damn. That's next week, I guess. Yeah, damn. Hopefully, actually, maybe I should take my warrior to the raid this week. I don't know. I'll have to look and see which bosses to bring it to. Anyway, let's go ahead and do another one, guys. If you want to join us on the next key, go ahead and sign up now. Rob Keys in the chat if you want to come play. This is for Twitch only, by the way. What level keys you running? Right now, we're just trying to do around level 8. I'm trying to farm Gilded. Frey's trying to get gear. Frey's healing these as a 595 Holy Paladin. He was even lower this morning. Yeah, I do have 2 sparks I can play with on my warrior. I need to figure out what I'm going to do with it. it just costs so much. Like I remember crafting the weapon on my Paladin just a few weeks back, and it was like over 100,000 gold for it. They did some hot fixes recently that brought down prices for a lot of crafts. Oh, okay. I'll take another look at it then. Remember, exclamation point AFK is not a command here. These nuts should be, though. Damn, that's good. All right, up next, let's bring in Kubwa 7. Come on down. AFK yoink? Nah. This is gonna be a lot of melee. That's okay. It's almost always all melee anyway. All right, let me get you in here. You need ranged friends. Listen, it's not my fault that they made melee more fun. Melee's doing pretty good this season anyway. They absolutely did not make melee more fun. I'm having fun on my Paladin. Having a pretty good time on the Warrior today, at least. Anytime I can get like just like a little bit of extra range on melee, I'm happy. And one of my hardest hitting abilities, Thunder Blast, has just a little bit of range on it. It's fun having a 40-yard range on Paladin. It is. I still think one of the worst things they did going into this expansion was doubling down on getting rid of the little bit of extra melee range that some classes had, like acrobatic strikes. I think they should have doubled down in the opposite direction and given everyone a talent, like literally all melee a talent, to have something like acrobatic strikes. I'm aware that could like cause some issues with PvP, but yeah, don't really have a good answer for that.
Good luck, friend.
Let's see. Let's go do Necrotic Wake. We'll make it an 8.
Found any good treasure lately? Tell me another story sometime. Try not to slay too many dragons, okay?
On my enhancement shaman, I don't feel like I'm out of range even when basically being inside the target.
I will tolerate these fiends in
Oh, you
my
often
temple
feel
no
like you're
longer.
out of
See
range.
that they are dealt
Yeah.
with.
I honestly, I feel like what's considered melee range in World of Warcraft is sometimes a little rough because not all hitbox sizes are equal. Like, there's some mobs that are like, they're not really that big, but they have massive hitboxes, and sometimes you have huge mobs that have like tiny hitboxes. So you kind of have to get familiar with like every single mob's hitbox. And yeah, I'd rather just have like a little bit of extra range given to everyone. But I'm also like a melee only player, so I'm biased. I got offered the transmitter trinket. Does anyone have experience using it? Is it super clunky to use? I've heard it's pretty clunky, and it'll feel about just as good as using the puzzle box from Algathar Academy. There's a weak aura, you can play around it, but it 100% is clunky. They should just make trinkets like that where like you can move while casting or whatever. Like movement doesn't break it, and then it would be fine. It'd be fine for me to use anyway. Like, Puzzle Box was so clunky to me personally that I was okay taking the DPS hit to just not use it. I was totally fine not doing that.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
The void. My trinkets are shit, so it sims like 75k upgrades, so that is why I'm struggling to decide. Yeah, that's tough.
You come here to be slaughtered as well. This temple was merely the first to fall. Soon, all of Bastion will burn.
Defensive.
We love the AMZ. AMZ is like one of my favorite utility skills.
Defensive.
They're adding Kill Jaden to Hearthstone. Yeah, they're doing some like Twisting Nether expansion, I think, for Hearthstone.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Sheesh.
Blightbone rip you apart!
Frontal.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Frontal.
I love pinging that.
Frontal. Targeted.
Oh, sick intervene.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Frontal.
Oh no.
Blightbone failed. Stitch flesh will be.
Use the wrong damn card buying the War Within Heroic Edition. Oh, did you just get it today?
I am sure he would gladly take your limbs as repayment.
Yesterday. Oh, okay. Still, that's good. Now you can play the game.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Fear.
Dude, we are shredding this place, it feels like. You know what I'm kind of missing with Fury, though? I need a bonk. I need a bonk ability like Hammer of Light. I'm really missing my bonk right now. In a weird way, it makes me want to play Colossus Arms. Just because Demolish, I think, is the closest thing I'm going to get to bonk. Yeah, Hammer of Light. It's... The bonk thing is like the meme from me playing Ret so much. What's bonk mean? It's a big hammer bonk. It's Hammer of Light.
Defensive.
It's my Ret Paladin. I'm bonking shit, you know? This man doesn't know what... Chat, don't worry. He doesn't know what bonk means. It's okay. He's a boomer. Yeah, I don't know who was saying that, but it's definitely run into the orbs week.
Fear.
Don't worry, we were all gaslit.
Face me, Necromancer. Thanatos will be avenged.
Are you so eager to share your underlings' fate?
Defensive.
Your vaunted courage will be your doom. Your temple lies in ruin. Your brethren are butchered. You have already lost.
Vile monster!
AMZ, we love it.
Fear.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Fear. Fear. Fear.
Do you see it? A stone to call
I think I need to hold. What the fuck? Did I just get cleaved when I'm standing behind him? Where do you want orb? So I'll send second set. Okay. Gotcha.
Feet.
Dude, we're absolutely gonna dump the first set of ads. Like, they stand literally zero chance.
To justice! You dare deny me the sky? Then I shall answer in kind!
Foolish paragon! There is nothing
We
you
are
can do
swinging
to
for the fences
stop
here.
us. No matter. My minions are endless. The fallen shall serve me again.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Holy shit.
Frontal.
Where'd they go?
To dust. One final act of service.
Defensive.
My soldiers rise once more.
More grippies? For Orban?
Yes, you will do nicely. Wither
Frontal.
and decay.
Frontal.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
One final act of service.
Defensive.
Don't even worry about that. Just kill. Okay, yeah, he didn't even summon. And we used one spear there, and we have 2 spears left. Okay.
We cannot rest until these invaders are purged from our skies.
All right, let's see how Stitch Flesh is.
We have all the corpses we need, Stitch Flesh. Prepare
Kick.
to strike at the next temple.
Just a moment longer. It seems that the parts for my new creation have arrived at last.
Kick.
I'm actually very interested to see what Stitch Flesh is like.
To call forth the darkness.
Because they nerfed his health, and they nerfed the damage his ads do. And you can't just, like, send all 3 spears at once and lust it and try and one-shot it. So this will be interesting. You have a Necrotic Wake? What level is it?
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Kick. Kick.
Oh no.
Come, my assistant. These raw materials are in need of processing.
7? Not bad.
Targeted.
Woo! I barely made that. Am I missing something? Did he not try to chase down someone?
Grind. Try not to damage those limbs whilst you tear them off.
Do you see it?
Oh, okay, you bopped him.
To call forth
I didn't notice the bop.
Frontal.
Which is kind of spooky because bop is like super obvious. I don't know how I missed that.
Frontal.
It's the warrior. Once you go warrior, you're all in zug-zugging.
How vexing! Rotspew, get to work and don't fail me like your predecessor!
All in on the zug.
Targeted.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
No! Now I have to rebuild those two from scratch! I can't wait to put your corpse to use. I'll have you in stitches!
I think there's an orb on that corpse.
I must preserve your parts for later. Imbecile! I'm the one who made you!
Targeted.
No! That
Fixated.
one was my favorite.
Fixated.
Simple in construction, but
Fixated.
vast in potential.
How's the affix work this week? There's orbs that spawn, and you want to make sure you gobble up the orbs first before it hits mobs. It's about to happen right now.
To call forth the darkness.
So these orbs are going out. They'll go towards the enemies. You want to just make sure you hit them before they hit the enemy.
Imbecile! I'm the one who made you!
You want to get him away from the... he's gonna die, whatever. But Rot Spew there still hurts.
Was yet to come.
How does Stitch feel? I mean, we did it on an 8. It's not the best test in the world, but it did feel kind of easy.
Bastion shall be laid to waste.
Dookie, 100%. That is their best album.
None can escape the storm. I have had enough of you. None can escape the storm.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Spread. Exiled.
I have had enough of
Gotta be honest, Fury visual effects still hold pretty good. Yeah. I think they are massively improved with Mountain Thane.
the storm.
One thing that I feel like Warrior has had an issue with is that a lot of its stuff in the past has looked kind of bland and boring. And I feel like Mountain Thane is the first time, pretty much since Bladestorm and Ravager, that they've taken some creative liberty with it.
I have had enough of you.
Creating zone.
None can escape the storm.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
can escape the storm.
I told you that you were destined for great things. Rejoice, for you have aided the end of all things.
What's this, a warrior key? Yeah. I'm trying to farm some gilded crests right now. Don't worry, I'll be playing my Paladin pretty much all day tomorrow. All day, full ret day. Full ret, bigger keys, bigger bonks, better times. What key did I get out of that? City of Threads. Oh boy. All right, guys. New key giveaway is going out. If you'd like to join us on the next one, go ahead and sign up now. I'll put a timer up whenever I'm done loading. There we go. Go ahead and type Rob Keys in the chat if you want to come play, and I will be right back, guys. All right, we're back. Got back right on time, too. All right, and up next, let's bring in Nos 24. You never win? Yeah, it's because you're not a resto shaman, Pyrie. That's the only way you can win. That's the way that works. That explains a lot. Yep. The secret's out. You might be asking yourself, then wait, how did they win? They're not a resto shaman. Don't worry about it. But yeah, we're gonna go do a City of Threads.
It's a great day to visit a
Caught
dungeon.
8.
Don't forget to repair your gear. Hope you find lots of treasure out there.
He never gives up. Can't even win with 183 BLP. Did they have over 100? They had 111, so effectively you guys had the same BLP. You both rolled 1,000 and the bot did a hidden tiebreaker for you. So your bot rigged it. 100%. Yep. That is what we do. Be warned, all ye who embark upon the Dawnbreaker. Ye old orb affixation be moving through ye old ship and falling, moving in weird mannerisms due to ye old ship being in motion. R. Just do what Captain Jack Sparrow did. Just get a jar of dirt. Don't feel bad. The first time I tuned into Rob's stream, I won my first roll like 2 or 3 expansions ago. Talk Like a Pirate Day was 2 months ago. It was Talk Like a Pirate Day every day in Tampa.
Our friend awaits you in the High Hollows.
Hey, NSG. Happy follow-versary. How long's it been? Let's see. Following since October 15th, 2017. It's been a long ride. You followed me before I even took streaming seriously. That's how long ago that was. I made the decision back in Legion that once BFA released, I was gonna like actually try and go all in on it. So you were there in the before times. The long ago, yeah. Yeah, that was pre-filter. Now I'm nicer. Lucky for us both. That's as far as I can go according to my name. Time to find a new streamer. Oh, is now when we get NSG 8.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And now
5 years and 2 months. Holy shit.
lesson of
you've arrived. Our friend awaits you in the High Hollows.
Dude, it's still crazy to me seeing that. Like, it actually just blows my mind. Looks like we don't have anyone that can do that.
Our queen offers a most
Yeah, we used to do a ton of keys together, Feynman.
will become greater than we are.
Dot.
Coldheart's been here for 3 years. 3 years and 5 months. We'll just go ahead and say 3.5.
Dot.
I'm rounding up.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth
I don't know.
darkness.
I think that could possibly be early Shadowlands. Somewhere around there.
Orbs.
Invaders, fear not, citizens. We will show them Onsuret's wrath.
Dot.
Can't reflect that dot. Been following for 5 years and 2 months.
Do you not know who I am? Whose voice you challenge?
Orbs.
It's so weird. I still feel like I'm kind of new to streaming.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Orbs.
Even though I know I've been doing it for a while now, I still feel pretty new to it.
Dot. Orbs.
Pixie's been here for 4 years and 6 months. You found me through Kalma Sutra, didn't you? I didn't even get a present. Typical man.
Bow before me.
No, here's the thing. Okay, let's call that bluff.
Frontal.
Would you like me to order you some sushi today? Yeah, Pixie. I was talking to you about the Kama Sutra thing.
Frontal. Reposition. Frontal.
Well, yeah, of course, Pyrie. We had similar
Force.
interests.
Frontal.
It was actually Duchess. Oh, okay. Ooh, okay, we're good. I had my
Reposition.
finger on the trigger
Reposition.
for my racial to get out of that stun in case I needed it, but I didn't need it. How come no one gets it in
Frontal.
Discord anymore?
Orbs.
It's a good question.
Frontal.
There was one point where I was allowing so many
Reposition.
people on Discord that
Reposition.
it was just like kind of hard to stream over everyone talking.
Frontal.
It was nothing against
Force.
anyone. Just sometimes I wanted to say something to chat, but people
Frontal.
were having a conversation, and I didn't want to like cut anyone
Reposition.
off.
Reposition. Frontal. Orbs.
So Tora and Pyrie came from Noffer.
Not even worthy of the fifth strand.
She mentioned that there was an enhancement shaman that hung out here, and it was Darth. Yeah, Darth's been a shaman for as long as I've known him. No, you don't have to do that.
Anzarek has eyes everywhere.
If you change your mind, you let me know.
To meet the Vizier.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
What's your favorite kind of sushi roll? NSG. Because I know you're a big fan of sushi.
Frontal.
Oh, whoops. Just kind of whiffed that. Plus, I was usually hanging out in Lux's, and I'd seen you raid him a bunch. Yeah, Lux was like my first streamer friend that I ever made. So we go way, way back to like the BFA days when he was first starting to make weak auras. Yep. Yeah, that was very obviously not a streamer name.
Dot.
And Lux is just like absolutely popped off since
Frontal.
those days. He's been wildly successful.
Dot.
Rob changed his name just in time. I really did. I changed it like 6 months before COVID happened. Yeah.
Another spy has fallen. This cannot be.
Yeah, I always make some slight changes to him, but yeah, overall the weak auras are like a really solid foundation, and then I just make like my own small edits, and that's all I got to do. They're perfect. Maybe I should have leaned into the name.
Dot. Frontal. Dot.
If this distressing trend continues, we will run out of spies.
How is Ellie and her mom? Are they having a good time in Hawaii? Oh yeah, they went on a helicopter tour yesterday, which sounds awesome. I'm wildly jealous, dude. I turned that down. How do you think I feel? I could have gone, but I was like, miss streaming for 2 weeks. I turned it down, man. Why? What's wrong with you? Good question.
I mean, for starters, lots.
For starters, very, very many things, many fears.
Dot. Frontal.
Yep.
Dot.
Do you see it? A stone.
He turned it down for greed. No, it wasn't greed. Stream greater than Hawaii. When I say I'm all in on streaming, I'm all in on streaming.
Target is the Grand Splicer, Izo. Her drive for innovation meshed well.
I turned down 2 weeks in Hawaii. I dyed my hair. Like,
close and be quiet.
I'm all in.
The Transformatory was once the home of our
Get a laptop and stream from Hawaii.
Izo has made a mockery of our traditions.
The asylum welcomes your commitment.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Dear Nizrek, a traitor. Our queen will be so disappointed.
First, your little pets will die. Then we'll make you speak.
Are you finished?
Frontal. Frontal.
It's very fun to watch streamer that can do it and enjoy it though.
Defensive.
And the frost bites.
Yeah, I really do.
Is that all?
Dodge. Dodge.
Seems it's my turn. Your blood will freeze.
Stack on tank.
The blizzard surges.
Defensive.
Darkness
Stack on tank.
consumes.
Do you see it? A
Dodge.
stone to call
Dodge.
forth the darkness.
My turn.
Frontal. Frontal.
Tight squeeze.
Defensive.
I will say though, I'm if they did a trip like that
Dodge.
again,
Dodge.
and it was for maybe like 1 week, I'd probably go.
Seems it's my turn. Your blood will freeze.
Stack on tank.
Somebody's got to pay for the trip, you know. Yeah.
The blizzard surges.
Stack on tank.
Consumes.
Rob grind set.
Do you see it? A stone.
Dodge.
Call forth the darkness.
Dodge.
Oh, they got that orb. It just happened to be right where they were going to teleport to.
Are you finished?
Frontal.
Oh, that's okay. That was a lot of frontals. It's kind of weird though, because everyone is super nice in Hawaii. I mean, if I lived in Hawaii, I'd probably be nicer. Which item slots should I use Gilded Crest on first after I do my Omen crafts? I would think the big ones like chests, like unless you got some really cool trinkets. Chest town pants. Yeah, you're doing your crafted stuff, right? You said you already did your crafted stuff. So then besides that, because I'm assuming you're doing a crafted weapon. Besides that, then trinkets, and then like Tabber said, chest, shoulder, legs. Or is it shoulder? I think it's chest, helm, not chest, shoulder.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Yeah, I think it's helm. I can just look. Actually, no, I can't because they're different qualities. But I'm like very, very sure that it's chest down pants.
Feet.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Feet.
Overcrawlers. I've enough of you in my collection. Be gone.
Poison cleansing totem. Oh, wait.
Defensive.
Have a great rest of stream. Pixie, have a good day.
You're interesting. Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
What's this week's affix do? You get Mastery Leech. And all you got to do is see these orbs. You just run into the orbs. You want to hit the orbs before the orbs hit the enemies. See, like 4 orbs hit the enemies, so they have a 40% damage increase right now. But if we get them, they don't get that damage increase, and we get Mastery Leech.
All failure breeds success eventually. Wouldn't you agree? Let's see which of the two you are. Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
This boss fight is funny with this affix, because the affix is the same as the boss mechanic. There's just 2 sets of balls to get. So many balls to collect, so little time.
Defensive.
We can't get in there. Oh. You know what, dude? If I didn't defensive stance there, I'd be dead. Hey, S-Fang, how you doing?
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Yeah, man, we love defensive stance right now.
Defensive.
Like for this part right here, where a bunch of pulsing AoE damage goes out, I feel like defensive stance is huge right here. Like, I got brought down to 10% there with defensive stance and spell reflect up. Like, I probably would have died without it.
The pursuit of perfection can be messy, but worthwhile in the end.
Yeah. You do get to be pretty tanky. Because, like, you can basically just turn on 15% DR whenever you want.
Witness the unparalleled wonder of
I mean, yeah, it does come with a cost of 10%.
Do you see?
You take a 10% damage reduction.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
But, I mean, you get to do it pretty much whenever you want, so...
Dot.
SR is spell reflect.
Defensive.
Look at that. I'm gonna defensive that. Boop. And then turn it back on.
Dot. Defensive. Dot.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Enough. You've earned a place in my collection. Let me usher you in. Witness the glory of our ascension. Consider the variables.
Dot.
What can I make of you?
Balls.
Nice. You can reflect that.
A
Stack.
sage's wisdom is required.
Balls.
So what you want to do on this fight, Nazca, it's a lot of movement. You basically want to move with the tank, with the exception
Balls.
of when
Defensive.
he gets the purple circle around him, then you want to move away from him. Otherwise, you pretty much just want to stay with the tank.
Balls.
Do you see it? A stone to call
Tank mech.
This thing right here, you do not want to be with the tank. And that is pretty much the fight. You just do that over and over again.
Dot.
What can I make of you?
Balls. Defensive.
I'll break you beneath me.
Balls.
And for that
Dot.
brown circle that he does, you take a lot of damage even if you're not standing in it. So you want to try and like have a defensive ready for it.
Balls.
It's okay. I'm just trying to help you out. Like, it's no worries. This is a tough boss fight.
Tank mech. Tank mech.
This is a tough boss fight. It's very hectic.
a stone to call forth the dark.
So it's something I had to see multiple times before I kind of got it down.
Balls. Defensive.
Break you beneath me.
Balls.
Yeah, definitely don't get discouraged.
Balls.
A
Stack.
sage's wisdom is required.
Balls. Tank mech.
Survival of the fittest. This is
Hey, Joey. Thanks for the follow, man.
Onseric will be absolutely furious when she learns of Izob's demise.
Gnome, what's up, buddy? Thank you for the 65 months, man.
Good morning.
Good morning. Appreciate it. Good to see you. I just noticed the heroic miss I didn't count. That's rather annoying.
You are acknowledged.
So yeah, it's saying I need one more. Wait, Rob doesn't need? Yeah, I'll be crafting. There's really good bracers that we can craft. As I stated, it's the only heroic war within dungeons at the moment, or any mythic or mythic plus. 2 questions. How did you move the narration text box that normally pops up over the bars to the top corner of your screen? And also, what do you use for alerts in dungeons? I use DBM, which is fine, but don't get as many alerts as you. I use... Let me see if I updated the... Nope, that's the wrong... Don't click, that's the wrong one. I know I added it. Where is it? Let me see. Ah, here it is. That's the weak aura I'm using. I also use big wigs and little wigs in combination with that. But what you're hearing is that weak aura. Yeah, let's go to Nightbot real quick and get rid of that. I'm like slowly transitioning away from Nightbot. And we're gonna dump that in the trash. And the other question, how did I move the box for the talking head? So it's in the edit mode. So if you use LVUI, I have no idea how to do that for LVUI, but for this, it's this talking head box, and I have it over here on the left side of my screen. That's how I do that. Watch the video before ending stream? Well, I'm not ending right now. We're going again. Thank you for both of these. I've seen it pop up for you, and I was like, I've been so mad, and Rob could have solved my problems. Happy to help, man. Did you know you can spell reflect the root? Yeah, you can spell reflect the dot and the root. I just don't know which one's better to reflect. Probably the root. All right, guys. New giveaway going out right now. If you want to join us on the next one, go ahead and sign up. Go, go, go. I prefer the root. Splice is better 100%. The roots seem to die like almost instantly. And I think Splice does more damage. And Frey, my healer, said do Splice, so I'll probably just do Splice. I think I reflected every splice but like one. I think the root does do initial damage. Just Bladestorm and you're golden. But I'm Mountain Thane. You don't take Bladestorm as Mountain Thane. That's like the only thing I don't like about Mountain Thane is that there's no Blade Storm. You take Ravager. You could take Blade Storm. It's a minor loss. Yeah, it's true. That is definitely true. All right, let's see here. Who is up next? You think you have 7 BLP? There's an easy way to find out. Yeah, you're so high up, dude. Master Rats, come on down. I watch for hours and get no BLP. Bring back passive BLP from watch time. I don't think I ever did that. What I would do is I would give away some at the beginning of stream and the end of stream in like bulk. Passive BLP would be great. I mean like an early bird system? Yeah, early bird BLP. I'll look into it. Just passive be in stream at the start and at the end. Yeah, just like keep a tab open. That's all you gotta do. All right, let's see. Where are we going? What do I have? I've got an Arakara. You guys want to do an Arakara? Ack.
I can't wait to hear about your adventures.
Let's get some more sacks. Oh my god. Rat Pally has a Skarmorak shard. Rob trying to get more people in the Society of the Sack. I mean, my warrior. Look at my warrior sack. That is a small sack. Okay, I need a bigger sack. So this could be a good run. Warriors coming up short when it comes to the sack. But a sack nonetheless, yeah. I need a bigger sack. Yeah, dude, look at Bard. Dude, some people just always win. Some people just always win. Winners win, chat. Just Myth Sack, Myth Skarmorak Shard. What the fuck? Just win on trinkets, guys. Come on, like if you want it, just loot it.
It's a great day to visit a dungeon.
Bard's character is what my character would look like with deterministic loot. But he got it with RNG. Oh, appreciate it. It could be smaller hashtag. It could be... Isn't there like adventurer tier? Stop ruining my jokes. Okay. 5 melee last boss should be fun. At least we have two immediate dispels and someone else to help with dispelling. Yet my guild has me tank. Brute Twister, Ovanax, such a fun fight. Man. That actually kind of sucks, dude. You gotta do what you gotta do for your guild, but still, that kind of sucks a little bit.
Show them no mercy.
I wanted to copy you, by the way. I asked this at a poor time, but I want your opinion. I'm trying to do 0 to hero, unfortunately, with a meta class. Should I do Frosty K, Augvoker, Arcane Mage, all, or another class? My main is Windwalker. I think Frosty K would be the easiest to start with for you. Just because you're used to Windwalker, so you're used to melee DPS. Frosty K, you can transition into that mindset the easiest. But I think all of them would be fun to try.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I killed a bug when I heroic leaped. Ah!
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
Frost DK IMO, or better yet, Ret Pally. Ret Pally's always fun. It's the bonker. I do enjoy big hammer bonks.
Kick. Kick.
Yeah, you'll definitely get invited more as a Frost DK.
Fear.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Kick. Fear.
Yeah, Ret's just a lot of fun, but it's definitely not a meta DPS. It's definitely not bad either.
Kick.
Like, Ret is so much fun to play. On the other hand, I really want to do a losers club team for M+.
Show me what you've got.
Woo. I do like having Thunderclap there because it slows everything down.
You should have stayed home.
Kick.
Boop.
Kick. Feet.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
I had a group with half M+ title players for Heroic Raid. One shot every boss, but can't even kill Queen. Kept dying in P1. Do they not know how to deal with the circles?
Stand and fight. Stand and fight.
Defensive. Ads.
I actually really like Mountain Thane for these ads because they will stay permaslowed.
Dodge.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Defensive. Ads.
You should have stayed home.
That and Shockwave.
Dodge. Defensive. Ads. Dodge.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
defensive, adds.
I had some CDs up for that. They weren't getting through. Hey, Kalira and Ice Blue. What's up, guys? You lost your Amazon account. Is there any way to recover it?
Intruders. Find them.
You should have stayed home.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
How come popping is so hard in the queen fight? Are you talking about the phase 1 where you pop the circle to get launched in the air?
Show me what you've got.
Because that I genuinely don't know. I just follow a weak aura and it's right like every single time. And if I see that it's really, really close, I'll just pop it like a second before. Oh, if people are lagging, then yeah, that's different. Can't really help that.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
You should have stayed home.
Don't worry, team. I'll handle the balls. I'm such a team player.
You should have stayed home.
Hey, what's up, Sam? Dude, I'm so looking forward to next week. If I remember correctly, Warriors are going to get some more out of outside of CD damage,
To call forth the darkness.
which is something I feel like they desperately need. Big time wet noodle status outside of CDs.
Incompetent drones. I will end you myself.
Thank you for volunteering to handle the balls for everyone. I'm a team player. I'm a real man's man, you know what I mean?
You'll falter my swarm.
Hey, what's up, Potato Brains?
swarm hungers.
Do you see it? A stone.
Gotta get in. Nice.
Dot.
Is that all?
We lost our rat.
Is that all?
We lost our Frey. We are also without a B-res.
Dot.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the dark.
Good luck, team.
Gather my prey to me.
Are we just gonna make this happen?
Dot.
Health pot. Victory rush. We made it. I think we just make this happen.
Do you see it?
My watch.
Let's go. Watch, I bet you Sack Trinket will drop from this run. I hope so. My keybind wasn't working. He's having issues with his keybinds. That's okay. Happens all the time. Happens to the best of us. Because of Rob incredible luck. To be fair, I have not seen a single Skarmorak shard drop before. So I've been lucky on the sack, but I've had terrible luck on Skarmorak shard. Wow, that group lives so much longer on a 10. I wasn't expecting it to die that fast.
Nephris refused to reclaim that glory, but no more. Ansurek and the Black Blood will usher in a new age for Ashkahet.
You got a heroic sack from Vault after getting champion sack from a key? Listen, they just wanted to know if you wanted the sack, okay? Sack these nuts.
Do you see it? A stone
Hero sack would be pretty cool to get.
the darkness.
Defensive. Defensive. Defensive.
Show me what you've got.
Dodge. Dodge.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
What add-on alarms you to use defensives? It's a weak aura. I can link it to you after we kill the boss, if you don't mind waiting a few minutes.
The harvest will prevail!
Defensive.
Boy, take you all!
Defensive.
Oh shit. I feel way worse on my warrior on this fight because on my paladin I can just dispel it myself, like run to a safe spot, dispel it, go back in.
Defensive.
Boy, take you all!
What weak blood.
It's out of range. I can't kick him. What the?
Defensive.
The thing I needed to kick was out of range, and I couldn't move because you know the mechanic roots you. That's lame. Tank died though. We'd be dead. We'd be dead either way.
The harvest continues.
Every time you do it, Zell, I'm just gonna time you out. Okay. As soon as he said for science, I opened up the window. And I was just like, finger on the trigger, like, okay, I'm ready. Actually, easier way.
The harvest will prevail!
There you go. There's the weak aura over on YouTube.
Defensive.
Boy, take you all!
See, it's supposed to be on top of you like that so you can kick it. That's the way it should be.
Defensive.
Free Zell snap.
Defensive.
Do you see it?
He earned that.
To call forth the darkness.
Boy, take you all!
Harvest.
Damn, that
Defensive.
sucks.
You will never ascend. You will never ascend. What weak.
Oh no. Nah, I would never ban Gnome.
Defensive.
The harvest continues.
We got a release on this one. In theory, I guess you could have shockwaved it, but who would think of that in the well, yeah, I could have, but you in the moment you're just like, oh, you just kick it, and then you're like, wait a minute, my kick isn't working, and then by the time you realize that, oh shit, you won't be able to kick it, you're dead. Is it soak balls or dispel balls? Soak balls.
The harvest will prevail!
Defensive.
Boy, take you all!
Defensive.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Defensive.
Boy, take you all!
Gotta wait for that circle to go away and go back in.
Defensive.
That's really unfortunate. Shit! Went right through the boss. God damn it.
Defensive.
I hate this boss. Too many mechanics. I think they should reduce the amount of green people from 5 to 3. Personally. I do think this is one of the, this is pretty much a mechanic bloat fight. Other than this boss, Arakar is great, though. I just think there's mechanic bloat.
Defensive.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Also, I would, if it were up to me, I'd kind of change how this fight works.
Defensive.
Instead of the blood workers running in and you having to like just tap them to drop a puddle, I would probably design it to where you have those little flyer mobs just flying overhead and dropping blue puddles automatically.
Defensive.
So you'd have blue puddles, white swirlies, 3 greens instead of 5. And I'd probably just get rid of these blood things just entirely. That's not like a big deal though.
My blood weeps.
We did it. Thank God. How funny would it have been if I got a sack there? Let's see. Do you need the... Nope, you're good. What about you? Yeah, you probably used that. There you go. Let's see. What is this? Oh, new mount? Oh, shit. Is it on the shop right now? Get a Gleaming Moon Beast, Ginormous Gurlock, and Auspicious Arborworm, plus Nightmarish Emerald Drake, Cypress Pet for Cataclysm Classic. Okay, so I don't think this is on there. The Drake is classic only. I hate that they're doing that. Just like put it in both. This thing though. This thing is gonna pop off. No retail can suck my tiny nutsack. Yeah, people are really gonna want this one. Oh yeah, we got the weekly chest. That's right. It's so much better than that stupid worm. Let's see what we got in the box. What's in the box?
Another interruption.
Got some boots. Yep, it's also Dungeon Week. You know, we got to clean out the inventory this afternoon. Wait, since when is the Emissary heroic or Mythic dungeons? Yeah, that's new to me. But yeah, it does seem to be working that way. Since heroic counts for vault, I assume. That's a good point. Zaltath Mythic Plus affix hotfixes, Oblivion Orb bug, and new Voidbound buff. Let's see. Oblivion is this week's affix, and Blizzard pushed some hotfixes to try and do something to it. We're not sure what exactly. However, in doing so, it seems they've somehow made the enemy buff Shattered Essence apply to players when it impacts an enemy. However, any orbs soaked by the players after getting one stack increases both stacks of the buff. We're not sure if this is if this actually increases player damage at the moment, but if so, this is a big bug, as it can increase player damage by up to 100% in addition to the mastery buff. What's up, Tim? Yeah, if you so the way this reads is you let the enemy get one, and then you guys get the rest, and then you would be able to double dip. But of course, you shouldn't do this, because that would be an exploit, and you're all good people and wouldn't do such a thing, would you? Would you? Also, Voidbound seems to be rated the lowest by many members of the community, and this may change players' opinions of the player buff to be much more potent. Cooldown reduction reduced to 30%, was 50%, and now grants 20 verse, was 15% healing taken. Oh. So they nerfed the cooldown reduction and replaced healing taken with verse. I get why Bard feels this way, because he liked the cooldown reduction for breath. He was a breath machine. Also, infinite wings. So I get where he's coming from. This is now a massive buff for killing the Void Emissary, granting 20% damage, 10% damage reduction, and 9 seconds of cooldown reduction. Hopefully this helps players feel much better when they kill the Void Emissary. I personally like this. For the reasons that Chance and Tim are talking about. I'll take it. We absolutely take that. All right, team. I mean, it's fine, but also I feel like it wasn't really needed. I mean, I like it more. I think it's an improvement. Oh, the Netflix Tomb Raider is out. Yeah, I haven't watched it yet, but I saw it on Netflix the other day. Should probably watch that. However, ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna do it for me today. We got some more gilded crests in for the warrior. Let me see what I'm at right now. I have 112. Can definitely craft something now. So big prog today on the warrior. Tomorrow we'll be doing Ret Paladin keys and hopefully getting some more IO. I would like to hit 2700 tomorrow on the Paladin, but we'll see. We'll see if Bard and Frey can come carry me to 2700. But yeah, it's the game plan. Thanks for watching though today, guys. I'm gonna send you guys over to Miss Trashes, who I think is just getting started. Let's see a craft. Maybe I'll show you the craft tomorrow. I used the Paladin weak aura yesterday. Why is the dividing line between slots 1 and 2 and between 3 and 4 missing in the holy energy column? I'm unsure, because I don't have that issue. Yeah, it's weird. I don't have that issue. Yeah, if you're scaling the group at all, it could have some issues when you're like resizing things. What could you use more for raid right now, a DPS or a healer? That's a heckus question. DPS? There you go. I would say DPS then. But yeah, guys, thank you all so much for watching and being here. I really do appreciate it. And I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Eastern time. Have a great day. Peace.